Happy Friday. How y'all doing? Before the stream even starts, let's get a bunch of likes on Jordan Flores. $100 comes in. He says, Maboomer Tech. Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, Jordan. Very generous of you. Let's get that. Let's give Jordan some love there. He's supporting Jortlandia almost on his own. Today we're going to look at some guy who's been in and around politics, geopolitics, theology, philosophy. Carl Benjamin, which really doesn't have the same ring as Sargon of Akkad, right? Just doesn't really. You just don't get that oomph. You know what I mean? So, someone sent me this. We probably won't go through the whole thing, but it's titled "Why I'm Regrettably Not a Christian." I always find it interesting when people say, like they deliberately put words like that in their statements or their titles, because they're basically saying that there was an intent, there was a desire, there was a want, and they couldn't do it for some reason. And so we want to know if his reasons are good. And, if the reasons are bad, if you consider yourself a thinker, a philosopher, or, someone reasonable, then if your reasons are not good, then, it's a loving act to point out poor reasoning. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It's just his reasonings were good. Marcus Antonio comes in with $20 on top of the Jordan Flores. I also have a members goal today for those of you who are keen on giving people work visas. Some of you take that route for donations. The goal is up there, going for an aggressive 100 new work visas, because we need the labor. We're not having enough kids. We need the labor, so looking for work visas. In fact, if someone wants to just buy one membership or something so I can test the goal ticker above my head, that would be great. Thank you, Marcus Antonio. What up, yo? How you doing? Hilarious. What is that, a snowmobile company? $5. So glad you're reviewing this. Saw the premiere yesterday. Was hoping you or Jay would respond. I'm sure Jay will respond for sure. This is, because he's like influential to some people. Like, for instance, if there were people who existed that needed, which they do exist, who needed a sort of seeding, and he can tip and nudge in the right direction. Now, I'm going to assume in this whole conversation he's going to be talking about a type of Christianity. So we'll see. Yes, the members work. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. And Marcus, thank you so much. Yes, they work. Cool. We're at 2% of the goal. Brady Harvey, $1.99. This review is going to make me Charlie Kirk smile. Well, I have that ready for you, just in case. Got it working again. We almost lost him there. Oof. Jordan says, for $5, if you add up the Jordans so far today, we have now given an average of $52.50 today. You're welcome for my $52.50 average chat today. T-Dump Logic. Yeah, thank you. The Jordans are, they're killing it. And look at that. Even the Jordan, I even have the Jordan image that comes up. Meatball gifted, thank you so much. Jessica says no to the smile. No, it's going to be a yes. We're going to wait, though. We can't overuse it. We can't just use, you can't just overuse the magic. All right, Jace McGinney, $2. I don't think Sargon knows about tag. I don't think he knows about a lot of the angles. It's just kind of like a cultural choice. He's like culturally not a Christian. But this is what's interesting is like, we'll get into it. I won't ramble too much. Is that I'm going to predict that all of his reasons, if he were to become Christian, I put that in quotes, but, I say that very lightly today. Maybe it wouldn't be for good reasons. So when you look at this stuff, I'm kind of talking to myself, is to not be too harsh, because they might actually be good reasons given you grant him what he's considering is Christianity. That's the thing. You like that, don't you? Oh, you like that, don't you? Cliff is going to be haunted by orthodoxy online. All right, let's get this going. They're always sitting in a tufted leather chair. I gotta get myself a tufted leather chair. What kind of mayor of Jortlandia am I? Without a tufted chair. Look at those things. Oof. I wonder if this aesthetic will change. It's always very distinct aesthetic. Look, they bought some of they bought some of Ben Shapiro's gold here. You can see. Thank you for showing me gold. All right.
Me here. I've been contributing to your Load Seaters media channel for quite a while, and I'm so honoured to, of course, be sitting down with you one-to-one as well. Thank you.
My pleasure, man.
How have you been?
Really well. Really, I'm busy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen you've been very, very busy with.
But otherwise, very good. Thanks.
Good stuff. Now, this conversation, I wanted to centre it all around
Forte, our resident atheist. What is the best tag argument? Well, there's only one tag argument, a transcendental argument for God, but there's various transcendental arguments. There are transcendental arguments not for God, for other things. So I'm not sure what you mean. It's the disjunctive syllogism. The Christian God is the necessary being for knowledge. Knowledge exists, therefore God. And then the disjunct would be no other worldview can account for all the preconditions.
Atheism, theology in the modern world now, and I wanted to get your views on lots of different
bippity boppity boo
topics within the topic of theology. Would you say that you're on a type of spiritual journey at the minute, or are you not? Are you still an atheist?
I'm on a spiritual spectrum.
I believe you were involved somewhat in some conversations around theological topics online and debates. Has your view changed over the years?
So I used to be a new atheist by default, basically. I liked watching Christopher Hitchens videos.
Boo! Christopher Hitchens. So bad. Christopher Hitchens was just enjoyable to, his rhetoric was kind of fun. Like, you can push back on him, probably have a beer with him. It'd kind of be fun. But once you really look at what he's saying, there's zero arguments. I mean, even if there were arguments, they're the worst arguments. But I would argue they're mostly not arguments. They're just like rhetorical jabs that sound right. That's why his brother, Peter, is such a curmudgeon about it. Because he just knows his brothers dominated the notoriety space, leaving Peter sort of mostly unknowable to the masses, and his brother, the foolish one of the two, up there on every stage in the world, saying rubbish.
Mine, like everyone else, and I'd not been raised in a religious society, so I was just a materialist, just like everyone else, and I don't think that's great. I think there are problems that arise from this. Because I think the man is a spiritual animal, whether he likes it or not, right? But the thing is, the thesis of materialism is very persuasive.
What?
As in,
dude, there's no such thing as persuasion under materialism. Saying the thesis under materialism is very persuasive rejects the entailments of materialism. And here's how, for those of you who are maybe new here. Materialism or even physicalism, unless he's talking about, I think he's talking about the philosophical view. Now, he might be talking about just like modernity, so I'll maybe put a pin in it for a second. He might be talking about just the attention to material things, amenities, things like this. So I'm going to hold off on this for a second because I might have him wrong here.
If the universe is just atoms and void.
Nope, I was right. It's not persuasive because there's no such thing as persuasion. Here's why. If everything's just material, strict physicalism, strict matter, then all of your reasoning and all of your evaluations and all of your statements and all of your arguments, they're all just events, physical events. They're reduced to physicality, physical events occurring, unfolding. If they're just physical events, what do we know about physical events? They just occur. They're not truth apt. There's no true waterfall. There's no true chemistry. There's no true chemical reactions and false chemical reactions. There's not a true blade of grass. There's not a true donkey. They're not in the category. So then what is in the category of truth? Well, propositions are, however, under a physicalist view, under a materialist view, evaluations and propositions. Everything that's happening right now, coming out of my mouth, your mouth, Carl's mouth, they're all just physical events that are determined by physical events and so on. So how can it be persuasive if the experience of being persuaded is an illusion determined by dominoes falling?
And it mechanically moves on itself to produce certain predictable outcomes. Then if that's all that there is, then everything spiritual is essentially nonsense from the word go.
Yeah, but not just spiritual, dude. Anything that's you call as true, any metaphysics, all of it. I don't know why he's just making this separation between material and spiritual, as if what's categorized as spiritual is anything immaterial: knowledge, truth, meaning, information, propositions. These are not found in hard reality as matter or as physical. So they're nonsense too, but he's making this false dichotomy, this false dialectic of, well, materialism is all that's real, truly real from a Matt Dillahunty perspective. And then everything else is spiritual. Well, that's false.
The progress of science kind of implies that, yeah, that is all that there is. And
no, that's not even true. The project of science actually starts with philosophy, even in its tradition. No, the project of science doesn't actually, even if the modern person tries to argue that, science just deals with no, science starts with supernatural, if you will, if you're going to categorize anything immaterial outside of materialism to be spiritual, starts with assumptions and things that are not determined by empiricism. They're not determined or concluded by the scientific method either. So I don't know where. I thought this guy was at least partially read in just the basics. Apparently not. Cole Marshall, $5. This is pretty much what that friend of mine and I talked about you believes. It's all actions, right? Yeah, it's just actions. Actions can't be, they're not true or false.
So the more science advances, the more almost ridiculous the spiritual component of human life looks.
Totally the opposite, by the way.
Because
totally the opposite.
The magic in the universe was that
the more granular they get with studying the world, the physical world, the more enamored they are, the more their intuition leads to that there's some sort of purpose, that it's just insane. It's insanely meticulously ordered. It's so insanely ordered that the assumption that it's accidental, which is the only two choices you have here, accidentalism or there's intentionality. There's only two options. There's no in between you can choose. It's a true dilemma. The more you look at the world, macro, micro, doesn't matter, the more insane this position of materialism is, the more insane accidentalism is. Accidental order, accidental reasoning, accidental truth claims, accidental philosophy, accidental science, accidental progress. It's just an accident, a determined accident that we're geared toward coherency, and coherency produces engineering. All of the medical advancements, whether good or bad, the outcomes are good or bad, doesn't matter. All of the military advancements, all of the neurological advancements, accidental from a strict materialist position. That is to say, they're at the tail end of determined dominoes that just accidentally produce the outcomes like computing. Accidental computing.
There to explain things that we didn't have answers to.
Accidental accidents, right.
Why does the sun travel across the sky? Well, Helios and his sun chariot brings it across. And so every single day the sun rises and the seasons change, and
that's not even a problem. I'm sorry, I hate to stop this. I know this gets annoying if I stop it too much, but the answer of why that happens isn't the same question as you describing that it's happening. When I say, why does the sun do this? His answer is that it does it. Well, that's not it, dude. Two different questions.
The predictable patterns of life are explained.
Accident, yeah, Doomerang. That's the trap I set for them, Doomerang. Accidents, if you get them to bite wholesale on accidents, you ask them to define an accident. And it's like, ultimately, it presupposes, or at least supposes, intent, target, missing the target. Marcus Antonio, buying out some work visas. Thank you so much. We're at 13% of the goal today for memberships. We're trying to get you guys some work visas. See if you guys can stick around Jortlandia, the beautiful island in the deep sea of the internet. Help support Jortlandia. It's self-reliant. It relies wholly on the broken ships bringing in the work visas, and God willing, you become full citizens.
And with a story.
Speaking of visas, someone who will never be here.
If you Google Eastern Orthodoxy presuppositional apologetics, all of the top results say that it was created in the 19th century by a Calvinist and is not compatible with Orthodox theology. Have you heard of this argument? Sounds like cow shit. Yummy.
Yeah, it sounds like
cow shit.
It sounds like standpoint theory, but for theology. Just rewriting history. No, the formulation even of tag or transcendental arguments go way back. So I don't know who's writing the internet, but we shouldn't trust them. No.
That doesn't describe what is actually happening.
Can you imagine thinking like the predominant arguments, the philosophical arguments, the ancient arguments against heresies were grounded in Calvinism somehow? Like way later? Yeah, okay. Sure. Jordan, $5, used to think Christ was exaggerating when he said they will not be persuaded through one rise from the dead. They always look for the physical reasons. That's right. Yeah, and it's a good point, because God could raise people from the dead, Lazarus, sorry. And so that's only one key element. And so, yes, he was, Christ is right again.
Science actually seems to describe what is actually happening. And in doing so, the demystification
Apex says it's also a genetic fallacy, correct?
Of the universe around us strips away the spiritual element. If it's all just atoms and void moving on one another, then there isn't any room for God in this.
No, there's not room for knowledge. He doesn't understand this. See, I got to get a talk with this guy. If it's all pure atoms in motion, sure, you can say there's no room for God, you know, because it's God being immaterial. It's a simple syllogism. All is matter. God is immaterial. God doesn't exist. I mean, that's a consequence. The problem is you don't have knowledge of even the syllogism. If all is matter, you don't have access to any knowledge because it's all determined effects. You could never know if your proposition or your evaluation is correct because it's all matter. That would be a metaphysical stance on evaluations. So coming to conclusions or worldviews or anything like this, he acts like if everything's molecules in motion, then there's no room for God. He doesn't understand. No, it's worse than that. There's no room for truth. There's no room for knowledge. There's no room for mind. There's no room for evaluations, propositions, meaning, information. None of this stuff is available. He acts like it's just God. Now, I don't know who the twerp is he's talking to. I'm going to have to start reframing the I want to fight him because I don't want to get into trouble. So I'm going to say, I really want to shake his hand. Boy, do I want to shake the hand of the guy who's interviewing him. Wi-Fi Gospel, Lazarus was spicy. Lazarus. That's a different guy. There was another dude, you know, who people often mistaken for Lazarus, and he had a lisp. I'm back, honey.
And the
no, you didn't. Not this time, Death.
The persuasive power of science is found in...
I just really want to give him a firm handshake. So much tweed. So many layers. So many layers of grayish fall colors. So much leather.
the technological progress that we find ourselves with. The fact
not today, honey.
that we can sit here and do this is in some way a kind of proof that there's no God.
Oh, what a dork. I gotta hit this so early. I'm sorry, I gotta use Becky so quickly on Carl. I'm trying to be respectful. You know, he's a respectable guy. He's in culture. He's a main vein of influence here and there. But I gotta play Becky for him. Minutes in. He says 3 minutes in, dude. 10 more work visas come in from Craig. Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that. Epic mustache you got there in your biopic there. 10 visas come in. We're at 23% of the goal. Thank you so much.
To the materialist perspective. And
it's low tier.
Been
really
raised...
Adam, it is so low tier. I didn't get to watch any of this. I can't believe how bad it actually is. But use my patience.
As a materialist...
Inject patience, please. I need a patience jabby.
It's hard to feel spiritual, right? This sort of whatever organ in the human soul in the body that it controls the sort of the spiritual feeling that one has.
He's close.
Is at best deeply atrophied for me. And so I don't have any religious impulses. I don't feel the need to pray to a god when things are going wrong. I don't feel the need to be part of a spiritual congregation or something like that.
Teodal, presup is just solipsism with a pinch of, but my book said, no, that's not even close. Total, that's retarded. I mean, way to take the least charitable, least reasonable account of presup. By the way, your statement presupposes something. So by your own metric, you're doing your solipsism, and you're doing a pinch of whatever else you read. So I mean, just stop, dude. Stop. Stop before you get into a full-on accident. Please stop. L's in the chat for Total. That was a total retard take. I'm glad your name is Total. So dumb. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. the chat. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. L's in the chat.
This.
Fight you.
So there's a part of me that feels I have a disability
I'm gonna shake your hand, Total. I am gonna shake your hand.
in some way, right? Like people raised in modernity in atheistic societies are just they don't go to church because they just don't want to, right? Most people, like 90 or 89% of people, something like that, don't go to church.
Yeah, how's it going, Carl? Having a society that their first and only bricklayer of their foundation is what they want. How's that going, Carl? How does he not piece this together? What's it like? What's individualism like, Carl? You know, because you can tie this into a more, let's say, on Main Street form of materialism, not the philosophical sense. The philosophical sense, the kind of materialism that values material things, convenience, amenities, speed, efficiency, all of this stuff, which we all fall prey to, right? We all adapt to it, and adopt it, and we shriek when it's taken away from us. But that's not the highest value. And so he's like, oh, they just don't want to. Yeah, that's the problem, dude. You get a bunch of individuals in a society, and the baseline is rights, my rights, what I deserve, and what I want. And then they meld the two. Suddenly, in a rights-based society that's individualized, your rights become what you want. So you start to go, oh, rights are what I deserve. I'm entitled to them. Can I expand those to what I want? Can I merge what I'm entitled to what I want? Can I make them the same thing? I mean, and he's like, you know, not to say he's saying that's good. It's just that that's his reasoning. That's his defense. People just don't want. Well, who cares what people want? Societies and civilizations aren't based on what singular individuals want as if that's superior to the collective of the society. Column Rock, $5. You can only determine if someone is accidental by comparing it to the missed purpose. That's right.
And it's just because they just don't want to. They just don't feel no impulse to do so. Because to them, the universe isn't actually mysterious, and there isn't an afterlife worth worrying about. And so we're stuck in this position where we're a bunch of materialist consumers just existing on a rock in space for no reason until we die.
And you say that's bad?
Yeah, I don't think that's...
Okay, cool. So he does understand. He's almost like caught. He's like, he understands the problem with this view. He fully understands it. He's discovered this. He's talked about it. He's not defending that view, just so you're clear. He's not defending that view. But what he's kind of saying is, I'm sorry, I'm part of that view. I don't like that I'm a part of that view, but I'm a part of that view.
That's great. I think it's pretty sour. And the atheists who came before us viewed themselves as being very clever. There's a huge amount of vanity in atheism.
He's like Pine Creek, yeah.
But particularly vanity, sort of Bertrand Russell's up to the Christopher Hitchens of, I'm smarter than you, that's why I'm an atheist. It's like, okay, but look at the world you're making. And the world you're making is actually one where everyone takes antidepressants, people kind of hate the place in which they live, and everything, the material quality of everything is declining. Like, things aren't getting better the more atheist we get. Things are getting worse.
I'm sorry, Carl, but under a materialist view, better is a supernatural term. There's no better. There's no direction. Better, worse. I mean, what is this? What is this? Where do you borrow this stuff from? They always just grant themselves things like this. Like, oh, there's a better, worse. What? Compared to what? That's the whole point, dude. The argument is none of these things can be talked about, going back to the tag argument, without God. None of it. Even the tools you're using aren't justified in talking about this. Forget the content. Forget the argument. You don't even have the tool belt justified. You can't even justify wearing the tool belt you're using. The transcendental category tool belt from DeWalt. He thinks you can get that at DeWalt, like Home Depot. You know what I mean? We asked them, how do you justify that? How do you justify your tool belt? All of the preconditions, the whole entire transcendental category with everything in between. Oh, I got it from it's a hardware shop down the road. I went and picked up at the hardware shop. Yeah. Got Amazon Prime Transcendental tool belt. Just wear it. Just been wearing it. Just taking concepts seriously led me to orthodoxy. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point, Brendan. Yeah, just like what is the status of the conceptual? What is the people in our current world, which is modernity, everything he's saying is true. The effects of this is that people aren't thinking through their worldview, even included. That's the irony. Is Carl's like, the problem with modernity and materialism and consumerism is it's just terrible. It's bleak. It's sad. It's dark. And you're like, the view that you hold is the symptom. That's the symptom of the view you're holding. He's talking about Christianity versus not Christianity from a perspective of his desires and his impulses. Your impulses and your desires have nothing to do with what's necessarily true, Carl.
When was the last time we built something impressive like a cathedral? Could we have some nice buildings? No. We get the cheapest, grey-faced,
brutalism.
Flat tenements.
We get brutalism. That's what we get. Brutalism and shitty boxes that are replaceable. T King, $5. Thank you so much for adding to the Jortlandian fund. For those of you who don't know, up above me, I have a member goal. I'm trying to get 100 new work visas in Jortlandia. We need to build some bridges and cathedrals, so we need your efforts. T King, $5. He says, never forget, Jim Bob. You gotta be polite to Carl when pressing him on his inconsistencies. Otherwise, we're all just a bunch of N-words, mate. That's true.
People get to pack into now, because if we're just human cattle, then any transcendent aspect of human life is it's a fancy at best, right? It's not important. And so
Vagine coming in hot.
Jim Bobbiton, have you been to England?
Hell no,
They
I don't
put
like
beans on toast. It's absolutely disgusting. I would know, because I live a nation that reveres cows and considers their feces holy. English people pretend they aren't gross and by so doing make themselves hypocrites. They joke that their food is war rations all the time. Really bad showing from a former world empire that had the levers of power at their beck and call. What a bunch of ninnies.
Yeah, seriously. I have no interest of going to England. I just have an aversion to Muslim majority countries. That's it's straightforward. Thank you for that. Did you miss the flowers? No. Someone purchased me to cover, and I learned it today. I'm not ready to perform it. For the person who asked me to learn Townes Van Zandt, I'll Be Here in the Morning. Beautiful song, by the way. Thanks for that recommendation. Glad I'm going to have it under my cover belt. I will probably have that ready for you performance-wise on Monday, okay? I launched a campaign. People have been loving my my covers, my little guitar song and dance I do mostly at the end of the streams, and people were starting to suggest a bunch of songs. So I said, $50. $50, I'll learn and perform it well. I won't just do like a lazy cover of it. I will learn the song and perform it well for 50. think that's fair.
This has not been to the benefit of mankind, I think. And yet I don't know if there's a way to stop it.
By the way, mankind isn't available under materialism because mankind is universal. If materialism is true and we're all just molecules in motion, there is no actual static universal of mankind. There's a problem with evolution. Yeah, grift maxing. Thank you.
Do you feel...
It's like
No, yeah.
It's a pretty bleak outlook. I'm giving there, I'm afraid.
Wow, we're really getting somewhere. Amazing outlook, Carl. Hot Carl. Carl is 1/4 black. Is he? Justin Henley, can you verify that? Justin?
You know, I feel as though science over there, because I was exactly the same. I used to love watching Dawkins. I loved watching Hitchens as well.
Boo.
And even, you know, today with Alex O'Connor and, you know, people like that debating, although Alex O'Connor has become an agnostic through his consistent...
People think this is like some big jump. This is not. There's no difference, dude. Oh, I just don't know now. It's the same problem. Look, if let's say general theism is God exists, the belief that God exists. Anything that's not that position is not that position. I mean, it's a one-to-one. So agnosticism or atheism doesn't matter. It's like the libertarianism. It's like the fence sitting of theism, of Christianity, more specifically. It also assumes an epistemic system. So people who are agnostic, they think they're free. They think they're on some floaty raft, and they're like, well, I'm not on that ship, and I'm not on that other ship. I'm in the middle. Just like libertarianism. I have no position. No, that's position. Sorry. Do you affirm that God exists? No, I don't believe that God exists. I just don't know. Okay. Then you don't believe that God exists. No, I wouldn't say that. I just don't know. We got to stop granting people agnosticism as some sort of virtue. You're like, well, at least he's agnostic now. We're making progress. No, that's not progress. That's not progress, dude. Rigovich says this take is dumb. It is a big jump? What do you mean? Wait, Rigovich, you're saying agnosticism is a big jump from atheism? Please tell me how. So they go from, I don't believe in God to, I don't know if I believe in God? It's the same raft. It's just facing a different direction.
I would...
The niggardly knickers of the Nigerian negus helped his Negro.
I think I saw that children's book. Vagine, I'm surprised you have that children's book.
Call it searching, personally. Do you feel like you're searching?
No.
No?
I don't feel like I'm missing something.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel like you're missing something? So, Carl, if I said, how do you... You have a worldview, right? He doesn't feel like he's missing something, but if we pressed him on his worldview, we'd see that he's missing a whole slew of things. But he doesn't feel like it, so that's important. I feel like I'm a woman, Carl. I feel like a woman today. I'm a woman today. There you go. Here you go. I feel like a woman. That's it.
Well, yeah. The problem is if you approach it in a consequentialist manner, not only do you kind of miss the...
Rigovich says not everyone's journey is the same. No one's saying that. Now you're switching, you're moving the goalposts of your own position, Rigovich. Don't make me shake your hand. Don't make me want to shake your hand. Now you're just moving it. You're just saying, oh, yeah, I understand. We're all on different paths. That's a different statement than whether or not agnosticism is some massive room change. It's not. It's not. Because you can ask an atheist their view. I don't believe in God. And you say, are you open to being wrong? And they said, sure. How's that different than agnosticism? You ask an agnostic, oh, you're not an atheist. So good. So, what does it take for you to believe in God? Well, the same thing it takes for the atheist. It's the same. It's the same thing. And this is why it's the same thing. It's because the agnostic and the atheist without God are leaning on their own unjustified epistemic system. They're leaning on their own epistemic system. It's the same thing.
Purpose of religion. God's meant to be the font from which everything springs. So God is a fundamentally deontological concept that precedes all things. So trying to reconstruct God from the consequences is to suggest that he's actually not the wellspring from which everything comes anyway. So the actual attempt itself is self-defeating. So you just can't do it. So if the consequences are bad and God is the wellspring from which everything comes, you would have to conclude that God made it this way on purpose.
Oh gosh, what a loser. Nope. So smooth. Nope, that doesn't follow Carl. We should just start calling him Carl. He doesn't, Sargon of Akkad. Stop it. You're Carl forever. So, did you guys hear that? He said, well, if the consequences are bad and I don't like stuff in the world, then God did it anyway. What? No. First of all, there's secondary causality. Secondly, under Christian view, there is a fall. There's the will of man. That we're given the will, the freedom to be able to move away from or in alignment with God. This is not a good reason to deny Christianity or at all. Oh, because he made it that way. It's just so low tier. This is so low tier. Repeater, Jim Bob, you're being extremely reductive. What's wrong with reductions? That's a reduction, dude. You just did a reduction. Telling someone they're being extremely reductive is reductive. And also it assumes there's something wrong. Do you have anything else to add to your Yelp review? You're being... who cares? A reduction is valuable. Especially in this conversation. Because we're talking about God's existence. We're talking about materialism, which is a reduction. Literally, the content I'm reviewing is about reduction. I'm so tired of that as an excuse and a code. You're being cool. It says nothing about whether what I'm saying or not is true or coherent or valid. The reductions are just, I don't like them. Yeah, I'll shake your hand. Montana Moser, $5. These guys deny Christ? I knew there was something off about Carl. Prayers for him. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Yeah, prayers for Carl. It's his paradigm that's filtering in, that's giving him this conclusion. That's why the transcendental arguments and the presuppositional approach is the only approach. It's the only approach. Aside from just inviting people to liturgy and having them experientially go through what there is to go through. Aside from that, anything outside of that, which has its limitations because it's ultimately rationalization, philosophy, not to, diminish it. But if you go that route, you have to go paradigm. You cannot go particular. You have to go full paradigm attack questioning. You have to. There's no other way. Why? Because everything Carl's saying is the conclusion from his starting presupps. Everything he's saying is still within essentially a classical foundational view. Assembly, you mean logical paradigm? I don't know what you mean. Like a worldview? I mean, yeah, a worldview would entail or include a logical paradigm, but I'm not sure what you mean, a logical paradigm. Like logic itself, laws of thought, and the use of logic itself. I don't know if, I'm not sure what you're referring to as a logical paradigm, because that assumes that like there's a variety of logical paradigms you can have. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Carl isn't a traditionalist. He's a liberal. That's right. He's a classical liberal.
Challenge us, to test us. And this was the thesis.
But that's what's interesting, 20 Faces, is that he's seeing the effects of liberalism, classical and full left-tard liberalism. He understands it. He can properly examine it and look at it, and he comes up with his own conclusions, and he says that's bad. But he can't tell you why it's bad. Then he looks at traditionalism, and he says, I can see pragmatically why that's good. So him and Jordan Peterson are pretty much go hand in hand. Yeah, well, we look at it from a pragmatic position. You know, it's like Christianity and traditionalism is the best possible Swiss Army knife that you can use in the woods, in the wilderness. And Carl agrees. He just doesn't believe it. Pine Creek agrees. He just doesn't believe it. Richard Dawkins agrees. He just doesn't believe it. So they're in this paradox where they're essentially advocating for the thing they don't believe in because they think it's better, which is another belief. Better. Then you're like, can your view, the reason you're rejecting Christianity, account for the word better? Because under their paradigm, better, truth, good, would be in the same category as God anyway, from their view. So they grant themselves all of these metaphysical, transcendental things like good and the good and what's beautiful and what's right and just and all of these things. They run around sitting on shiny ass tufted chairs, tufted leather chairs with books, the smell of pipes and gold. And then they're like, oh, I don't believe in this, this, and this. And you're like, you believe in all these other things, though. Why would you believe in these things? They're in the same category. They don't exist. They're fictions. Rights? What is that? Where's the right found in a human or a tree or an animal or anything else? Nowhere. Oh, well, we have to believe in rights. Why are you criticizing his logical paradigm of denying Christ? I don't know what you're talking about. You got to use full sentences. Why am I criticizing his logical paradigm of denying Christ? No, denying Christ would be part of a paradigm. I'm critiquing his paradigm that ends in his denial of Christ. And I'm critiquing it because a paradigm, to have it be coherent, requires a justification for all of the tools to examine the paradigm. I don't think you understand assembly, but I'm glad you have uppercase ASS. I think that's appropriate. He's no Carl Jung, though, JBP. Yeah, that's funny.
Just that people throughout the Middle Ages had, because life in the Middle Ages was really tough.
Really tough.
A lot of people really, really suffered, and the amount of human suffering seemed just incomprehensible and couldn't understand why a loving God would want this. And this is why the birth of the scientific endeavour even began in the first place. People like Francis Bacon and Descartes were like, no, we can use our reason to make the world better, actually. And it turned out that they could, but there was a consequence to that.
What did he just say? Science? No. The scientific movement, the revolutionary scientific project was secondary to even a general theist position. Deist, theist, Christian. I'd argue the through line is actually Christian. It is the study of God's creation from the perspective of purpose. Imagine studying something while holding the belief that your action of studying the thing you're studying is accidental. So not only the thing you're studying is totally accidental, but the framework in which you study it is also accidental. And then you do things like, well, what if we can engineer based on accidental engineering? Can you imagine an engineering firm being like, we have this concept of biomimicry, and we're going to look at nature and chemicals and the natural world, and we're going to design with purpose from that. And we go, well, that's interesting. Oh, do you think there's design in that thing that you're designing after? No, totally accidental. Oh, why don't we just take that approach then? If accidentalism could produce high, pristine function and design with goals and purposes and the ability to do things, if it's accidental, why can't we just take that? At this firm, welcome to accidental engineering. We take a different approach. We're actually consistent with our atheistic, naturalistic worldview in our design company. What we do is sit around the table postulating how we can wait for accidentalism to produce high-level functionality, capability. No, we're just going to wait around. I mean, no, he's already wrong about the science itself. That there was a worldview that was there, prevalent, that informed how you interacted with scientific progress. And it was through the lens of creation. It was through the lens of, we're going to figure out that we're going to crack this thing. There's information and knowledge to gain here, and it has a source. We're going to figure out the source.
And that was essentially the death of God, which is what Nietzsche was lamenting.
It's not the death of God, though. It's not the death of God.
And so now we are in a position where it's like, okay, well, maybe the suffering, it was bad, but maybe it had a point.
It always reached a peak, though, I found. Like,
why are we listening to the hotel manager from Home Alone 2?
If you look in, like...
It's funny, I watched Home Alone so many times, and I probably watched Home Alone 2 maybe one time.
The Victorian era, where England especially was gripped with things such as alcoholism, and the change wasn't done through political means. It was done through a spiritual aspect of everyone going back to church.
Yeah, there's a spiritual aspect to being human, and so science can't provide you with the spiritual aspect. They try to, NASA, Don Pettit, all those people. There's something spiritual that happens when you send Katy Perry up into in a nodule. Something spiritual. You suddenly see that there's no real borders. You suddenly see that even though we destroyed the technology, that we're in something beautiful here. That is what space is for. Space. There's space for everyone. There's space for everyone. Assembly of God says at some point you have to drop the magical and wishful thinking paradigm. Yeah, you don't have any arguments, dude. You can call in today and I'll rip you to shreds. Magical? You're saying nothing. You said nothing. At some point you're going to have to get rid of them. Why? Why would I have to? Rigovich says, I still love you. I love you too. I'm not sure what your actual counter is, Riga. Maybe you've moved someone in the past from atheism, hard atheism, to maybe wondering, and you call that agnosticism. I'll be charitable and say, fine, that's good. But I'm just saying, ultimately, when you really look at the worldviews, agnosticism and atheism pretty much are at the same lobby, let's say. If Christianity is the penthouse, they're still pushing the elevator button, okay? That's the best way I can describe it. I'm not diminishing that you can move people into a direction where they're looking up at the penthouse. If you want to say that the atheists are looking down and the agnostics are looking up, fine. But ultimately, they're still in the lobby pushing on, if you can get them to push the elevator button and get in, that's an accomplishment. If you can get an agnostic into a parish, that's an accomplishment. To me, that's an accomplishment.
And it's like a loop. The argument is that God allows this to happen.
Tim Curry? That's funny. Yeah. Okay, Tim Curry. Now I get it.
for you to draw
This is definitely a fake beard. I mean, that is a spray beard.
closer to him. And I think that's kind of the reason behind, things such as free will and like, totally right. Middle Ages were, awful to live in. And
Carl was exposed as a tranny chaser in the past. You should never talk about him again. I don't take that view. No. I mean, Paul killed people. So it's like, yeah, that's gnarly and disgusting, but I don't take that approach. I don't do the post, what do you call it? Christianity doesn't use a retroactive judgment apparatus.
Because of the so much
But with that said, you just keep an extra eyebrow up, I suppose.
of the suffering,
Like-
it's almost
Like this.
God allows this to happen to draw people back to him.
Assembly of God, how many virgins will you get in heaven? What are you talking about? You're just bad faith. Get out of here. You're toast. Done. Goodbye. I don't have time. These types of people just want attention, so they'll say anything to get my attention, and then they're like, look, I got attention. They're just flirting. Get out of here. I don't want to flirt with you. You're toast. Goodbye. Out of here. So long. Farewell. Nobody sees you. Nobody hears you. You've been silenced. There's no way this guy doesn't have a unibrow. I mean, that is just... That's a good eyebrow, though. But I feel like that fills in on the weekends quite a bit.
And what
I'm bored on Friday. Talk to me, pretty much.
I've seen over history is that it is kind of like a loop.
If you're a social conservative, unhappy with modernity, Christianity isn't a worldview that should be attractive to you. If you're a social conservative, unhappy with modernity, Christianity isn't a worldview that should be. What are you talking about? Why not? Have you ever walked into an Orthodox parish? What are you talking about? I don't even understand what the P and not P is. 20 faces. These people just say shit. At least he formed a coherent sentence, though. So, W's in the chat for 20 feces. Maybe his first coherent sentence. At least that's an interesting approach. But we need to know what you mean by that, though. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, are you referring to general lowercase c heterodox Christianity in the West? Maybe you're right, but I don't. When people like you say Christianity, even though you've been corrected millions of times on streams like mine or Jay's or anyone else's, you still bring in all the umbrella heterodox, and then you critique that, and we're like, what are you talking about? We need to know what you're talking about. The modern world is a Christian creation. Yeah, I mean, you could say the modernity, how you utilize our skills and our gifts, produces what you'd call scientific or technological progress. Yes. But that says nothing about the practice of Christianity, because technology itself, 20 faces, isn't good or bad. So that's actually not. So if the modern world, insofar as creating and crafting technology, is within the Christian paradigm, sure, I'd grant that. How it's used is not a feature of Christianity. The entire Enlightenment thing, even though someone could say, well, it's from a deist view. Some of them were proclaimed Christians. I don't include them. Individualism over a collective view of what a nation is and what its values are. Individualism, that's not a Christian view. You don't put the individual first above all. So I would say no, the effects of modernity, the features of modernity and technological progress, yeah, maybe you're right. The symptoms of that, where you start basically idolizing the features, the things, the money, the progress itself, is not a Christian creation. No.
People, I'm
trying to be charitable with you. I said should never talk about him. I wasn't meaning to command you to never talk about him. Wait, what? I said, should you ever talk about them? Oh, sorry about that. I misinterpreted that. Solid. My apologies.
Hard times create, strong men, X, Y, and Z. And it's kind of...
Jordan, $20. After this video, could you lay out the tag using ethics as the transcendental? Yeah, I could look at that.
It's kind of almost the default loop that seems to happen throughout history.
So the problem with approaching this with a theological argument is that it presupposes that which it sets out to prove.
Right.
So if it is the case that God does this, I still have to establish the existence of God before I can accept that premise.
Depends what you mean by exist. You could say the same for the laws of logic. But from your materialistic paradigm, you couldn't possibly demonstrate the existence of the laws of logic because they're not identical to matter. And that matters. I could really relate to the position Carl's in. It's like he's got his reasons why he doesn't believe God exists. But his reasons are given by a materialistic lens, some sort of correspondence theory, some sort of empirical analysis. And he's asking, please, give me the evidence of God. Well, that brings up the question of what is evidence. That's the whole point. If Carl believes in rights, I would ask him, are there evidence of rights? He would say no. And I'd ask, well, why do you believe in them? Do you believe in liberty? He says yes. I ask, can you bend it? He says no. I say, get out of my room. He says, but you invited me here. I say, I take it back. I'm calling you an Uber.
And if the question is there a God? Do I accept there is the existence of God? Then I can't begin with that, right? So it would have to be a kind of after the fact, post hoc argument, rather than...
Nope, it's the opposite. That's what tag is, Carl. There is no argument. There is no argumentation. There's no truth. There's no coming to the matter. There's no reason to be consistent or inconsistent with logic. There's no... He's talking about logical consistency. He's like, oh... I want to be logical, and I'm going to use fallacies and things that you can't do in logic and argumentation. So please present me with the thing. And you go, well, no, the thing that we're arguing is that your standard needs a justification. If we ought to be consistent in our use of logic and reasoning, Carl, we're going to ask you, what's the start point that justifies that you can argue? I made a meme before. One guy says, he's essentially saying this, you have no reason for God. The atheist, the agnostic says, you have no reason for God. I don't see a good reason for God. The Christian says, if they're intelligent, they say, you have no God for reason. Oh, what do you mean? We have reason. We just have it. No, we don't just have it. That's ad hoc. Whenever they say there's no good reason for God, we tell them they have no God for reason. Oh, no, I just have reason. Oh, really? So molecules in motion produces reason. That's reasonable? Accidentalism produces what? Your reasoning is accidental, Carl? That sounds like a better alternative than God exists? A unifying, universal mind? A divine mind that binds it all together? That makes sense of multiplicity and unity? That makes sense of an interactive world that has universals and particulars? That the entire conceptual realm is what's necessary for you to even engage with what you call evidence? I want to push this guy's leather chair over. Contemporary Compendium, $5. Thank you so much. It's nuts how Carl presents himself as an intellectual but uses such basic bitch arguments. Really low tier, dude. I'm actually surprised. Contemporary Compendium. I haven't watched him much. I've seen clips. After everything he's done, he's got a big, 25-year career in these sort of genres, and he's using the lowest tier Reddit shit I've ever heard. How is this the case? If the theist is intelligent, they presupp him? Yeah, if they're intelligent, Forte. Yeah, you just repeating my statement. What did I just say, Forte? I said, if you use reason and you reason that there's no God, you need to justify reason without God. How do you do that from a materialist position? How do you do that from a non-Christian perspective? Not just atheists. The Buddhist has to do it. The Odinist has to do it. They all have to present a worldview, a holistic web that gives an account and it makes sense. The interactions between these pillars, epistemology, metaphysics, morality, everything that's a subset of those philosophical pillars. Universals, particulars, concepts, laws of logic, the good, morality. What are these things? Well, we just assume them. I mean, they're constructs. Cool. So truth is a construct then. Answers in Atheism does exactly what I said he would do. Yes, we have reason. It is what we do, just like beavers. See what I'm saying? They describe that something exists. They don't justify how it is that it exists. They don't understand this critique. That was Fabian Liberty all day. Yeah, Rachel, nice to see you. Yeah, it was the same thing. At least toward the end, he started to at least demonstrate an interest in what Jay was saying. Just a tiny interest. Just like, well, maybe there is something, but I don't know. You know, Scott, maybe there's hope for Scott. It could be 5 years. But if you're like reaching 40 and you're a libertarian, oof. You know, that's like seeing like when you see like a deer that was hit and you're like, you're trying to evaluate whether or not maybe you can help it, or you know what I mean? Like, should you bring it? Should you put it, should you put it out of its misery, or should you bring it to the vet? Answers in Atheism. You're still stuck on this. We've already been over this with all of you guys. You just grant yourself reason, and we ask what is reason, and you say it's a set of neurological arrangements of particles. How do you trust that? Well, we evaluate it. Dude, that's the thing that's in question. $5 from Rofi Steaks. Great arguments. Jim, but have you read Loki? No, I've maybe a comic book form. Kevin, for $5 says nothing. Thank you so much for that. We're at 20 of 50 of the goal, and we're at 23 of the 100 work visas I'm trying to reach. So there's 660 of you here. Thank you so much for being here. If you want to support the channel, please help Jortlandia by reaching the goal on up there in the chat, or the membership goal I'd love to reach. I'd love to get a bunch of new work visas and work on you guys becoming citizens. Forte says, can we use justified true belief to admit we don't know what is ultimate in nature? No, because that would be a type of contradiction. Admitting we don't know what's ultimate ends up being your new ultimate. So you're always going to be making some sort of absolute universal statement. The question is, how do you account for universals? How do you statements or categories? Forte. So when you admit something, we don't know something, you're knowing that you don't, you're calling it that you don't know, you know that you don't know something. Ultimate. No. The thing is, you can't admit anything or know or not know anything or know that you don't know something without assuming there's something that's necessary, ultimately. Ultimately, that's the whole argument, Forte. Is there something ultimately that needs to be the case for you to admit anything? Yeah. You're making a knowledge claim. The world has to be a certain way. There has to be the regularity of nature. You have to have a mind. You have to ultimately hold a view that you have a mind to say you admit anything. Well, what do you mean? What is this mind you speak of? What worldview accounts for and justifies your mind? Well, certainly not the materialist. There's no such thing as a mind. There's just a brain. Just a brain. And when you go that route, for those of you who didn't see when I called into Matt Dillahunty about 2 years ago, he had to deny his own mind, didn't he? In fact, I should bring it up. Should bring it up just so you guys know what it looks like to be a materialist and try to account for the mind. I'll show you exactly what it looks like. It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster, which Dillahunty represents disaster, doesn't he? Just a war zone. It's like the opening. His mind is like the opening scene in some sort of dystopian, post-apocalyptic nuclear fallout or something like this. That's his brain. Let's find it. It's one of my favorite interactions to date. People are like, yeah, you should debate Matt Dillon. I would debate Matt Dillahunty, but having done this once, I mean, this is just so fun. Now, keep in mind, Jim Barrows on the left there, who looks like looks like they made a Lego set. They made a DMV edition to Lego set.
Cannot and have not demonstrated. The fact that there is a mechanism doesn't mean that mechanism is not evaluating information. I got a computer on my desk, which is entirely a mechanism, and it evaluates information and puts out results based on the heuristics that we programmed it with.
That required a mind.
I have a mind.
Do you?
Is your real
You have a mind? Well, let's just wait 40 seconds and see if that's true.
question? Is your real question, how could a mind arise in a purely mechanical, naturalistic universe? Is that your real question?
Actually, close. I guess it would be, what is a mind in a purely naturalistic reality?
My mind is what my brain does.
So your mind is not identical to the brain. A mind is.
Why is it that when I give you an answer, JD?
Stop crying. I'm clarifying.
Stop whining.
Did you just say stop crying?
I did.
No, you said he's clarifying.
Okay. I'm asking you a question, JD. Why is it that when I give you an answer, you have to try to frame it in a different way? I just said my mind is what my brain does.
So a mind is an action.
No.
You just said it does. Doing is action.
Yeah, but okay. A mind is an emergent property of my brain. That doesn't make it an action. It makes it an emergent collection of actions.
Wow. Yeah, that saves you.
Okay, a mind is an emergent property of the brain. Does that mean a mind is physical, distinct from the brain, or
the mind doesn't exist? The mind cannot and have not demonstrated.
The mind doesn't exist. He went from I have a mind to the mind being a set of actions to the mind not existing in like 1 minute. What is that? 1 minute and 39 seconds. 1 minute and 39 seconds. Dillahunty completely just annihilated. That's not even a tap on my shoulder. That's not even like good job. That's just a demonstration of how ridiculous their positions are. So insane. I have a mind. That mind doesn't exist. The mind is doing a set of actions. Oh yeah, which set of actions? The ones that are the mind. Cool, bro. Remember, for 31 months, Jortlandian aristocrat spent an aristocrat. We have an aristocrat with us, you guys. More of this, please. Thank you so much for that. We're at 24% of the 100 membership goal. Please add to that. Please support the channel. And we're at 22 of 50 of the super chat goal. And then after this, I'm not going to make my way through this entire thing. I wish this was chaptered off, you know. I like when they put the chapters so I can find what they're talking about. I'm gonna be debating this dude Oliver on whatever on the 4th. It's the 4th. He was on Jubilee. You get this whole rise of like Jubilee stars. Jubilee becomes like the American Idol platform for debaters, for debooters. It launches them, and then they try to run with what they got. He's one of those types who was on Jubilee, and he's kind of made that his brand, and now he's going to be trying to be a male feminist against me. So we might peek into that. I might actually make a prep stream for that, members only, which is why you should become a member today and help us get the 100 new Visa memberships. Because I don't want the prep and all of the exposure to the counter arguments or the arguments to be just like out there in prep. I take even if I see a clip and I think someone's ridiculous, I'll still take the debater very seriously, because that pride will kick in and then you'll be at a loss of words. Brady for $10, helping the Jortlandian grift, the self-sustaining island in the sea of content on YouTube. When we getting the Matt Dilla acoustic remix with Jay? Well, we'll have to work on that, Brady. Dan Town became a Jortlandian work visa. Thank you so much for adding to that. Jortlandia Live Aid 2025. Yeah, let's do a Live Aid. We're doing Live Aid. Thanks, Austin. JB Peltier, which is literally almost the same name as me. $5. Thank you so much for adding to that. We're at halfway through the goal over at the Live Aid, and then we're at 25% of the members goal. So if you're feeling generous, whether it's one membership, one work visa, or 50, feel free to make that contribution.
The one that precedes the thing. And I'm not saying this to be a smug atheist.
Televised Lies says, how would you use your Christian foundation to keep immigrants out of your church? I wouldn't. Why would I? What do you mean? Why would I keep immigrants out of my church?
Yes, right. I'm not trying to be a fedora tipper, but there are problems with religious arguments, and there's a reason why they're not winning the arguments against the atheists.
What are you talking about? No, there's a reason that classical foundationalists, sure, I'll grant that, but even them, the atheists aren't doing well right now as far as arguments are concerned. They're not doing well at all. Enzo, $10. Missed the last two streams. Just wanted to say that you were hilarious Tuesday night when you kept calling that soy guy a regard, and when you said, I'll take a bite out of someone's neck. I mean, it's true. It's true, I would.
And it's actually very frustrating, because if you go back and look at the sort of debate.
Soyant says, Jim Bob, what was the sound clip you played when you're talking about Cliff being a cynical mantra in yesterday? What did it sound like? I mean, I got this one. Yeah. I got this one. Shout out to Jessica Bowman. My favorite. I got this one. I got this one. I got this one. This one. This one?
Shit, I don't even know. Like, I can't even.
No. Is it this one?
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
Anyone know what he's referring to? Now I'm interested. Is this one? Is it this one?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Is it this one? Is it that one? Maybe the giggle dude? Is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? Oh, is it this one?
Debates that are happening with like Dawkins, Dennett, Harry.
No audio on the black guy? Oh, really? Let me see. Really? That's not cool. Let me see. Where's my boo shit? You don't take away my... Oh, there we are. My boo shit? Modern... Oh, I say... There we go. Thank you for telling me that.
I think this bullshit about providing argument is sitting on some bullshit.
Yeah, that's a good argument. Ian Johnson adds to the Jortlandian grift. $5. It's very surprising to me that Carl isn't familiar with Jay's content enough to know tag. Is he just being coy for the engagement bait? I'm not sure, actually. He might just not. He might have not just engaged with it at all on any meaningful level. Because in that world, the atheist sort of online sphere, they kind of just smear tag and then they train people to not engage with it at all. And then you're cool. Then you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm above that. I don't engage with that. And you're like, why? Oh, it's just ridiculous. I mean, someone told me it's ridiculous. You go, how is it ridiculous? Well, yeah, I don't want to get into it. They're just ridiculous. Okay, it's just ridiculous. Okay, well, that's not it. That's not it. We are proud of who we're gonna like.
Harris and Hitchens back in the, say, 1990s, 2000s, and you look at some of the positions and arguments that people like Sam Harris and Dawkins, less so now, are still making. They're terrible, right?
No one outside of online orthobros are impressed by tag. It doesn't matter, 20 Faces. No one cares, who's impressed or not impressed, okay? That doesn't tell me whether or not you can engage with it in any meaningful way. Do you understand? Do you understand how low tier your take is right here? Who cares who's impressed with anything?
They're really terrible. I watched the Sam Harris debate the other day. It was a fairly recent one, a couple of years ago, where he was like,
so female. No one's impressed. What are you, a girl?
Well, look, if I look up into the heavens and I can't see God, where is he? It's like, okay, but
Ben Folds 5 chairs, gifted 5 new memberships. Thank you. Welcome, new Nick Spicer. OX Cat XO. Thank you. You're now a work visa on your way to being a citizen. Andrew B, another work visa here. J Rod. Dernan Iron Knuckles. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ben Folds.
Like any religious scholar should have been able to.
JB says no one outside of orthobros understand it. Pretty much.
Dismantle that and say, look, you are approaching this from the wrong perspective, because the argument about God is necessarily transcendental, and so you can't find him in the universe.
Interesting. Now, I've always said this. It's not the best critical argument for Christianity, admittedly, but it's a good general argument. He said the argument for God is transcendental. It's not based in the here and now or in the stars or in a tree or under a rock or in a Krabby Crab. So, okay, cool. So Carl Benjamin admits this. Well, I'm sorry, Carl. You're sitting and doing a podcast and interview about the truth of things, in this case, Christianity. It could be the truth of anything. Carl, have you considered that if you swap God with truth itself, any argument against God from the lack of evidence, from the evidential perspective, would apply to truth itself? It applies to rights, it applies to truth, and all these things. I always use this. Any argument against God from the empirical evidential lens can be used against truth itself. Just try it. Try it. Anyone in the chat can try this anytime. Oh, I don't see any evidence for God. Okay, cool. Swap God with truth. Coincidentally, from a Christian lens, God is truth. But even from your lens, from a atheist lens, swap God with truth. See how that goes for you. I don't see any evidence of truth. Where is it? I don't believe in truth now. Where is it, Carl? I don't see any evidence of truth, Carl.
That's because he is necessarily extraneous to it, right? And yet Sam Harris has got away with this for decades. This absolute, I mean, it's
Sam Harris is trash. He just does these long-winded emotional appeals. He's just, let's just say there was a God. What would lead me to believe that the Christian God, who allows all sorts of horrific, terrible terrible suffering. I mean, if anyone's in the audience today seen a child slowing dying aggressively from leukemia or something worse, to think that an all good God would permit such a thing is just beyond me. Oh, cool. So I was waiting on the argument there, Sam. I didn't get much from you there.
It's a category error at best, and him being just deliberately obtuse at worst, right? And so the fact that religious scholars allowed them to kind of get away with these things and somehow lose the argument to these is not...
Why is that? I'll tell you why. Jay's been on this for years. When you get the classical foundationalists, Christians, William Lane Craig, all of them, they're all the same. They sometimes, not William Lane Craig, some of the other guys might use a precept style at some point in their talks or whatever, but mostly they're coming from the atheist paradigm. That's why it doesn't work, Carl. They're not making the leap to asking a bigger question about the preconditions of everything. They're just granting the conditions are right to do reasoning. They're granting that you can look at the world and try to examine it and be like, well, that seems intelligently designed, or everything comes, everything that has a beginning must, everything that exists has a beginning. And, these kinds of arguments, they're not getting to the core of the entirety of reality. They're just taking what's physically the case in reality and what might be physically the case in the past and extrapolating that they think God's to blame or to credit for this thing. Well, you have to ask a bigger question. You can't just you can't be a Christian and unless you're talking about a debate about like the interpretation of Scripture, not the truth of Scripture, but the interpretation of Scripture. That's a debate. But other than that, you're going to be just working within the atheist paradigm. Physical things, laws of nature, describing things, you know what I mean? You're not getting to the meat. My Yelp review is tag is a boring way to win. It is boring, Justin. It's a boring way to win. Yep. Qtard becomes a citizen. Wow, Qtard's become a citizen. Thank you. Shout out to Qtard. Let's celebrate. W's in the chat for Qtard becoming a citizen. It's a big leap.
The risk of getting myself in trouble, it kind of reveals the paucity of the religious argument based on, again, assuming what it sets out to prove, and this not being persuasive to people who do not already assume that case. And so this is why I was being a little fedora tipper there, because as an atheist...
Abby says, I'm a little sleepy. Was up late having a debate about what's wrong with feminism with guys.
Who would like Christianity to...
That's what's wrong with feminism. That's really funny, Abby. That's what's wrong with feminism.
Succeed, that argument's not good enough.
And I was going to say, do you think modern secularism is failing to provide meaning or stability when it comes to that? And is that why people are now looking back to faith? Massive
$50 super chat from Hugs and Kisses Cat. Thank you so much. Everyone like that comment, please. $50. Major contribution to Jortlandia. Gets us at 3/5 the way to the goal. Thank you so much for that. I tried to gift memberships, but YouTube limited my gifting. So here, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
In that respect.
The worst part is it's not providing meaning, but it's definitely providing stability. And the stability is worse.
Right.
Like, it would be better to have an unstable world in which you had meaning than a stable world in which you just want to kill yourself. Like...
See, he thinks it's stable. I mean, maybe some aspects. That's kind of an interesting take to think that secularism on net balance is producing stability. I would push back on this. I would say, no, secularism and individualism, materialism, even paired with capitalism, conveniences, is actually not producing stability if you look at birth rates. I know people don't like this argument, but it's something you cannot look away from. In fact, it's getting so serious that people are starting to incentivize birth rates kind of like Singapore did after they realized they had a mistake. When they started advocating for the limitation of procreation. Carl, there's nothing stable about a society that can't reproduce. It's the opposite of stability. It's the first and foremost necessary component to having a society is you have people. We're running out of people. You have to import them. That's not stable, dude. I don't know what he's referring to. Is he talking about just like, cars and stuff? And like, is that what he's saying? Like, oh, there's cars and there's Amazon and coffee mugs. And I mean, no. Ian Johnson, $5. If he accepts God, he will struggle to submit and not view Christianity as a technology. Correct. That's a really good point. He can use to save England. He sounds very pragmatic. Yeah, it's a Jordan Peterson approach. It's a technological argument, a pragmatic argument. Christianity isn't, you shouldn't evaluate because it's true and it's good and it calls you into a Eucharistic life. No. It's that it's a useful tool. It's a useful lie. By the way, ironically, that's a great argument against the secularist. Ultimately, it's not what you want them left with, but it will defeat their counters to Christianity because just like rights, Christianity from their view would be a useful, better technology. It's not the kind of argument you want people choosing Christianity for, though. That's the problem with it.
The tomorrow is going to be just like today, and today.
That was a joke I liked using. Well, that's funny, Justin, because it's actually true. It is actually boring.
It was terrible. But tomorrow is going to be just as terrible. And there's no reason to think the day after that would be any better. And so why wouldn't you just kill yourself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the argument that, if we're just a sack of chemicals, then what is meaning? We're just bumping into each other and existing.
And that's the curse of secular modernity, is that that's all it's got to offer. And so this is why it just degenerates into the hyper indulgence of sort of not Epictetus. For some reason I can't remember his name. Greek Kuma. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Destiny.
Basically, an ancient Greek philosopher who said that the only purpose to life is pleasure.
Right.
The same thing as John Stuart Mill.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Epicurus. There we go.
Epicurus. He was the one who said bad thing happened. Why bad thing? What a surprise that the correlation between the only purpose in life is pleasure, coming to the arrangement that God can't exist because bad thing happened. Wow. I mean, so Reddit was around. Epicurus, apparently the first Redditor. First Redditor. That's the worst. If there's any atheists or agnostics in the chat and they think they're sort of drawn to this view that why bad thing happened. If God exists, why bad thing happened? If God real, why bad thing happened? If that's you in the chat, this is such a terrible argument. Not only is it completely subjective, you're just saying if God was real, all of existence would align to my will, which makes no sense. You would be God. You would be God. If God exists, I would be God. That's the argument. Well, if God was real, I'd be God. T-dump level. But it's even worse. If you think about what a preference is, and you have an argument that says, if God exists, the world itself would be shaped around my preferences. Not only is that already insane and makes you God, but preferences or things you don't prefer, both are symptoms that are only possible in a type of world that has regularity. So in a sense, when someone says, if someone says, if God real, why bad thing happen? Bad thing happen or good thing happen are within the view, or within the reality, that the world operates a certain way. Laws of physics are in place, regularity of nature. Things operate a certain way and don't operate in another way. That's the only reason you can look in the past and derive some sort of thing that you like or thing that you don't like. Well, then the argument is worse. Instead of, if God real, why bad thing happen? The argument becomes, if God real, why is anything regular? If God was real, there wouldn't be the laws of physics such that I would come to any conclusion about what I like and don't like. I'd be in an eternal state of not even bliss, because you wouldn't even know what bliss was. So if God was real, essentially we're back to they'd be God. If God was real, I'm not God. That's all it is. So apparently this was present even in the time of Epicurus. Johnny G, $7.50. Thank you. Matt Dillamonkey may as well have been eating lice off his partner's back. James Robb. Yeah, it's Dillahunty's toast anyway. He's just not irrelevant. He's just fun. He's like a fun pinata. He's like an old pinata. It's like a vintage pinata. You know? Bring it out to the party. You're like, oh, look at this vintage pinata. And they're like, cool, can I hit at it? And you're like, well, don't completely destroy it. We like to bring it out for novelty's sake. Jordan, $20 adds to the goal. We're at, what is that? 15? 15 left to reach the goal there on the right. Have you ever been to Jortlandia? No. Then you cannot talk about Joeylandia since you've never been to Jortlandia. Yeah, that's right. That's a famous Douglas Murray argument. Speaking of, have you guys seen, I saw a recent thing, Dave Smith. I guess he was in a talk at like Zany's. I think that's a comedy show. But he was sitting, I think it was questions, and he was asked about old Big Bear. Old Big Bear. And he just roasted him for like 5 minutes straight. I thought that was interesting. We'll never stop hearing the end of that, though. That's going to be like 3 weeks of streaming for old Big Bear. Prayers to Big Bear, by the way. JB Pelter, welcome to Jortlandia work visa. Thank you. Thanks for being a work visa. We're at 32% of the member goal. Let's get those memberships up. If you like the channel and you want other people to be a part of it, including getting the current features of the really fun emojis, Meg, Bob, and I are working on a whole new slew of emojis. So if you want to be a part of that, definitely get your work visa today. And if you're feeling generous, buy a bunch of people some work visas. It's fun. The other Kyle, $2, says, if God real, why chat goal not reached? That's true. I could use that.
It's like this. Yeah, been a long day. But the point is, the sort of Epicurean thesis that we're just here to have fun and enjoy pleasure, so let's just do that. Well, okay, well, great. But then you just end up reducing everything to the lowest common denominator, which is pleasure seeking. Which, I mean, the lizard brain definitely thinks that that's the right thing to do, but I can think of lots of reasons not to do that. So
I opened by saying, is atheism on the run? What's your take on that question?
Vagine.
Jim Bobberino. The chat should know they can also send Bob chats read by me. Vagine. Here's a poem. Buy a membership and get your visa. Send a Bob chat, you old geezer. If God real, pineapple goes on pizza.
Nice, Vagine. I didn't even know they have poetry in India. Vagine told me the other day she's going to be visiting America. Is that something we should help Vagine do or help her not do? Because if you send she told me if you guys send Bob chats, she'll actually come to America, and I'm worried the effects that might have on her and her family and everything. But we'll see what happens. I don't know if I'm gonna like tell her where I am. You know, I don't even know if I'll meet her for Poppy Don or whatever. Like a mango. Maybe I'll have a mango lassie with her and then just see her off. Sean Nair, $10. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Sean, long A. I saw folks on your arguments against atheism video about the problem of evil and say, quote, it's talking about evil, not suffering, but to them, suffering is evil, unless they mean, why can't people sin if God real? Yeah, every time. I've gotten that contention so many times, I just go, okay, what's it referring to? And they're like, well, terrible things happening. You mean suffering? And they're like, yeah, I guess. It's like, okay. That's why I like, it's actually a waste of my time at this point. My weakness is definitely over engaging with my content. Like, I'll take everyone dead serious. I'll be like, oh yeah, oh, they left a comment, and I look and they're clearly a bot. There I'm alone, 8:30 at night, thumb warring with a bot about the problem of evil. Foolish. Austin Tatilio, huh? Oh, gifted a 5 memberships on a work visa, huh? Oh. Welcome, work visas, James, Life Talks, Nobody, Coyote Killer, One Blue Eye, The Steel Man, welcome all. Welcome, y'all. It's like, I can't pronounce that, but they became, is that Greek? Welcome to Jortlandia. Aristocrat. Someone became an aristocrat. Shout out. I wish I knew how to pronounce that. Is that Russian or Greek? I can't even tell. Do you still Bob? Yes, I still do Bob Vitars. David Atlas, good question. Member for 13 months. He's also a Jortlandian aristocrat. Bob Vitars, some of these people, you can see Rip here with the wrench here. Some other people in the chat. Basically, I draw a version of you in Jim Bob style. And if you don't know what Jim Bob style means, it's referring to my comics, my books, Savage Memes Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I draw you in my signature style, which is essentially equivalent to like...
Jim Bob, when I come to America, I don't need your permission. I am Boss Babe. I will find you and make you eat my homemade curry, you dopey little hick.
That's fine, Vagine. Yeah, that's fine. Come at me. I was thinking of getting a Glock anyway. Yeah, Vagine's going to come to America and become sort of like this insufferable boss babe. She's going to have a lanyard. She's going to work for Nike and Huffington Post. She's going to be a commentator on The View. She's probably just going to get fat, let's be honest. Vagine's just going to come to America and just become just a pile of fudge.
I think religion is fine.
Olav, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome, new memberships. New work visas. We're at 43%, 44%, 45%. Almost halfway there, y'all.
A desperate rearguard action against a force it doesn't understand. And, I mean, even everyone's like, oh, what about the Muslims? The Muslims are becoming secular. Like, Western Muslims are religious for xenophobic reasons, right? They're not religious because they are true, sincere believers. Is a part of their culture to remain Muslim in the face of a foreign and overwhelming culture. But if you look at Muslim countries around the world, just there are TikTok videos of Western Muslims going to a place like Turkey or whatever, and like, they're not fasting during Ramadan. They're not going to the mosque.
Saudi Arabia building nightclubs.
Yeah, they just kind of they're subject to modernity. This has been something people have commentated on for a bit now. I don't know if it's going to get to the point where there's going to be charismatic Islamic people, which is kind of funny. That's actually really funny as like a term. Charislam. Massive Bob chat comes in from Vagine.
TVs are getting slimmer, but people are getting fatter, so the distance between remains the same. Here's a little something to keep your jaws afloat.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Very generous, Vagine, considering that you could have just bought a building for that amount in India. Job Runting, thank you. Nice to see you, Job. I haven't seen you in a bit. Gives a very generous, whopping 20 memberships, which gets us up to 71% of the work visa program. Thank you so much. Evan Lord, welcome. Kada, Rylan Carpenter, Sydney, welcome. Alyssa Meadows, Master Willie of the House of Boink. That's a hilarious name. Skirbita Human. I can't pronounce that. ZT Den, welcome. Welcome all. Humdrum, welcome. Flames, welcome. Joshua, Shannon, Anthony. Thank you so much. Shout out to Job. W's in the chat for Job.
Yeah, they're like, what? They're not acting.
Rizlam, that's funny. That's funny. That's actually, did you come up with that, Jessica? Jessica, did you earn a smile? Did you earn a smile? I think you did. Sure did. David James Flood adds 1 membership to that. Thank you, David. Gets us to 72%. Welcome, Humdrum. Humdrum. Job also adds, being his own, he's also a work visa holder. Yeah, I wish I could do more. Had a buddy working on visa, going back to Africa. Worst mistake of his life. I have been supporting a bit. Thank you for that. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, we missed you. I forgot. We're like, where's Job? That's it, Jessica. That's funny.
Like Muslims, it's like, yeah, because
it reminded me of Reading Rainbow. It does remind me of Reading Rainbow. Yeah, it really does. It's quite nice, actually. Quite like it. It makes me very happy every time.
Because
Twitter pains me.
The argument that underpins all of religion is that God is necessary for the maintenance and operation of the universe, right? And if science proves that actually matter is inert and operates on itself when energy is applied to it, then God has been banished from the conversation.
Now I have to make the sounds. Oh my gosh, dude. Carl, dude, man, this is bad. This is bad.
We are proud of what we like. We are proud of what we
Did you guys hear that?
We are proud of who we are.
Did you just hear that? If science, which is after the fact that you have all of these things in motion, if science can determine the beginning necessary components of science, it's impossible, by the way. Science can't do that. It's actually logically and practically impossible. He just said, if science can do what's logically and practically impossible for science to do, then God is banished. It's still not even true. It's still not even true. Carl! See, now this brings out like this 8th grade version of me, which I don't mind bringing out once in a while, but it's just like, bah! Welcome, Jortlandi Avisia. Thank you so much, RoboNex. Carl! Okay, Carl. If you guys missed it, let's just hear it one more time.
Matter is inert, and often Muslims going to a place like Turkey or whatever, like, they're not fasting during Ramadan. They're not going to the mosque.
Saudi Arabia building
they're not acting like Muslims. It's like, yeah, because again, the argument that underpins all of religion is that God is necessary for the maintenance and operation of the universe, right?
That's not the only argument, Carl.
And if science proves that actually matter is inert and operates on itself when energy is applied to it.
Oh, matter applies energy to itself? Dummy. Notice how he just... That's like when Lawrence Krauss was like, we've already figured out that something can come from nothing. You just need gravity. Well, that's something, doofus. He's doing the same thing. Well, if science can figure out that inert matter can act, it just needs the thing outside of itself to do it, right? All he just said is when energy is applied to it. I thought it was self-generating. Doesn't that mean it applies energy to itself? It doesn't need energy applied to it because it is that. You just contradicted yourself. How do these people get these chairs? I want a chair. I want a shiny tufted leather chair with all those little grommets and beads on it. What is this? Orthodox Chronicles, $5. Thank you so much. We're almost there. 12 to go on the Super Chats and 26 to go over on the memberships. Orthodox Chronicles, he says, Jim Bob, I debated Parker yesterday on his live pretense pretense. He would have voted for Hitler under his moral pretense. You should debate him on whatever. Yeah, possibly. It depends on what it is. That guy's so annoying, though. Those guys don't seem to debate. I mean, you know how many times Andrew asked those guys to either call into his channel or go live on whatever, and they said no. Why? Because I think they have ChatGPT up. I think that's how they run their organization.
Then God has been banished from the conversation, and science is proving its point by developing the things that we have. And religion has yet to prove its point in the face of that, and I don't even know if it could prove its point in the face of that. And so, even if there was a kind of desire...
I can't believe I thought this was a guy I was like, you know, it would be fun to have, you know, to be able to have a conversation with him one day. But these are bad takes. JB gifted one more membership. Thank you. That gets us at 75%. 25 to go, y'all. Every little bit counts for the work visas. They will include all of the new emojis we're working on. We're going to get a couple of those emojis out. As sad as it is, things like the nub still sometimes use. It's not relevant anymore. We're going to be reformatting all that. And also, I think there's GIFs, correct me if I'm wrong, which is right up my wheelhouse. If I can make some animated GIFs that you guys can use. Can you even do that in the chat? Or am I confusing this with another platform? I want to add some of that. Barn Diesel, $5. Thank you. This sounds like a lead up to the punchline of Pete Holmes' magical nothing bit. That's pretty much what's happening. It's a great bit, by the way.
To become religious, the power of science and materialism is something that I think the religious people don't understand the scope of what its argument is.
It doesn't have any arguments, Carl.
If there was a kind of desire to become religious, the power of science and materialism is something that I think the religious people don't understand the scope of what its argument is.
What is the argument from empiricism, which makes no arguments? It's purely descriptive. What is it arguing? I can't wait to hear what he's going to... I hope he says it, though. I mean... Yeah, GIFs. They're like, you know, moving images in the chat. Like, you know, they're like little... The power of science and materialism.
Against you. You know, its argument is that everything in the universe is theirs and not yours. And you're having... I don't see how you're going to hold that back, frankly. And if I could see a good argument, I would provide it. I'd say, listen, religious people, this is what you need to defeat the evil, atheist, secularist materialism.
We already had it. We've had it for thousands of years, dude. What are you talking about, man? What is this guy talking about? He just framed it as if atheism is in the lead chair of the orchestra. It's not. Christianity's in the lead chair. We're the lead. If religion had a good counter to strict materialism, you know, then they can defeat him. No. It's not even an argument what he just said. He just said, like, empiricism and materialism and naturalism has a monopoly on what? Material? Well, sorry, dude. The defeater to that view, Carl, not that he'll ever see me say this, but the defeater to what you just said is materialists, naturalists can't account for reasoning. They can't even have access to it because it's determined by strict events. So the truth of Christianity or any other religion for that matter, you couldn't even know under a naturalistic paradigm. It's all determined. Everything you said, by the way, Carl, under a naturalist, physicalist view of pure atoms in motion, is an accidental fart. There's no difference between your mouth and your butt under materialism. Your brain looks like large and small intestines, It just happens to make sounds out of your face hole. Naturalism cannot account for or make sense of metaphysics, universals, concepts, mind, information. Where's Carl? If everything's physical, which is the naturalist physicalist view, where is information? Or do you deny that information exists? Where is information? What's it made of? Nowhere in the world can you find information, ever. It's not in the sky, it's not in a tree, it's not under a rock. It's nowhere. There's no information physically found anywhere. Justin says the power in science, it doesn't create, it just describes. It doesn't give you all of the preconditions for science at all. 20 Faces is, how is Christianity the lead? Because Christianity accounts for the material and the immaterial. Okay? Christianity holds a view that God Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, also accounting for the visible and invisible. 20 Faces, that's the point. The physicalist, your view, 20 Faces, can't account for the invisible. And yet you use the invisible every single day. Even you in the chat right now, you're arguing for truth. You're asking a truth claim. How is Christianity the lead? You're already appealing to things outside of your own worldview. That's how Christianity is in the lead. Christianity has a telos, has a purpose. There's a reason to even pursue truth. You don't have any reason to pursue truth, 20 Faces. I ask a secularist this question all the time. Why, from a secularist position, Carl, ought we hold true beliefs over false beliefs that provide utility? If Christianity can answer that question and secularism can't, then Christianity is in the lead if the orchestra is playing a song called Truth. You don't even deserve to be in the second chair, in fact, secularism. I'm just saying it for analogy and purposes, for visuals. David James Flood, $5. He just admitted earlier that society has descended into degeneracy and then says we have no need for Christianity. What a doofus. Yeah, he says, he already presented the argument for Christianity as an argument I don't even agree with, but I'd use to counter a secularist, which is the functionality of Christianity. It provides, from his view, a useful lie. So ultimately, it comes down to the valuing of truth. So the moment an atheist, Carl, or anyone else argues about the truth of Christianity versus the truth of naturalism, he's assuming that we should value truth. Christianity is in the lead chair because it's the only worldview, it's the only belief system that can account for why and what is the value of truth. What is this movement toward truth? And the main difference between a Christian and a secularist or a lot of other worldviews and religions is that they ask what is truth, just like Pontius Pilate. Is that accidental? No. We ask who is truth, not what. Who? That's the main difference. Everything else springs from that distinction. Empiricists, materialists, atheists are stuck in whatness. Christianity is about who-ness. The participation is about who, not what. They're like, what? Can I describe it differently? What? Let's come up with a new description of what. Notice how when you discover something true, what's the first thing that people want to do when they discover something true, that they find true? What's the first thing they do? Anyone? Anyone recognize this phenomenon? When you find out some new information, what's the first thing that you try to do when you find out new information that you think is valuable? You try to share it with a person. It's almost like as if the value of the info, whether it's true or not, is rooted in the potential of sharing it with a person. It's personal. It's personal. Why would that be added to the value of truth. If the value of truth is simply getting to the trueness of a what claim, a propositional claim, and it's not participatory, there would be no need to share the truth because that would be an additional thing. Why is it that propositional people who are stuck in propositions, the materialists, the empiricists who are obsessed with describing things, why is it that they have any purpose towards sharing their descriptions? Why tell everyone? Suddenly it's personal? That's weird. Suddenly you care if someone else describes the truth? That's why. Toward what? Toward nothing. There's nothing. There's no direction at all. 20 Feces says, who is truth? So when I say true things, I'm manifesting a part of God? Yeah, in a way, yeah. Yeah, you're participating in the mind of God, in a sense, yeah. Now you're getting it, 20 Feces. Why is that the case, though? You giggle at that. You giggle at that, 20 Faces. But if you were truly interested in this position, truth, right? When you participate in even propositional first order or second order truth statements, you're actually participating in something you assume is absolute, right? Otherwise, what are you doing? What, you're just temporally saying things with your mouth and making sounds that aren't ultimately true? It's just like a LARP. It's like, oh, let's play a game called Make Sounds in our whole life. I'm 20 Faces. Let's go over to Jim Bob's channel and get into these interesting philosophical conundrums. But my worldview is that there's no truth. That's just a series of sounds that come out of our mouth or symbols that are written down on paper. You're not manifesting anything. You're not accessing anything. But from the Christian view, it would make sense, because if truth is synonymous with a divine conceptual mind, that there's an actual source of truth ultimately, then what is it you're participating with if it's not God? What is it you're actually participating? Yourself? Your own brain? You're just in your own head in an endless mirror. You guys ever see OG? Actually, this is so great. This is going to be, I don't know why these are coming up. Yesterday I did it with me and my arrow, but I keep getting these like a vision of like something that represents the worldview. Have you ever seen OG Arnold Schwarzenegger, what is it? Conan. Okay, watch this. OG Schwarzenegger, Conan. Conan fight. This is atheism. This is a perfect visual. Conan versus Ape Man in the Crystal Palace. This is like a perfect representation of what it's like to be arguing as a atheist solipsist. See? It's just a bunch of reflections and doors. There's no purpose. It's just them in the room. I don't... Which one is it, you guys? Well, there's Matt Dillahunty's girlfriend. Oh, illusory. Sorry. You thought you slayed an argument there in your debate, atheist, but it was just an illusion. Oh, closer to truth? Nope. Wrong again. Whoops. Then he figures out to smash all the mirrors. Yeah, 20 Faces, you guys are just in a perpetual argument with yourself.
Because it is going to produce a terrible and dystopian world.
What do you mean, terrible dystopian? Wow, what's wrong with that? I mean, why should we avoid that anyway? Super chats. Hey, Jim Bob, can you do a thing where you totally embarrass yourself by talking about Carl Jung? That doesn't make any sense.
That makes everyone really miserable and want to kill themselves. I don't want my kid. I would like to be religious. I would like my kids to be religious, but I'm not going to pretend.
Why don't you call in? Why don't you do the thing where you're loud in the chat, but you actually follow through when I send out a link? How about you do that? I bet you won't. In fact, I'll put up my whereby right now. Because when I hit the goal, how about that? When I hit 50, when I hit both goals, I will send the link to whereby, and all of you loudmouths, you can join the channel and counter anything that's been said. Okay. I have a feeling
that I'm something I'm not, and I'm not suggesting that anyone should follow my example or anything like that. Right? If someone feels in their heart truly religious, then I'm very, very good, very great.
Very great. Wait, well, boopity boopity. Earth. Religion is an ultimate commitment to an ideal or a set of ideas. Under this definition, everyone is religious. Yes, I agree. Yep. They're always in a contradiction, Earth. They have a religious view. They have some, Carl here is saying there's a teleology away from dystopian. Why? What do you mean? Dystopian means some type of inversion of the truth. Well, he just asked for a good argument for God. If you think dystopian exists, that's a real outcome that could happen. That means a true target exists. If you think evil exists as an action or some path, then you've necessitated the positive, because that would be the privation of something. And Carl here is still waiting for a good argument for God, for Christianity, while he's appealing to the things that actually are the best argument. Some of the best arguments. What's dystopian? What does that mean? Oh, it's dystopian. It means it's just like upside down world. Oh, so there's a right side up world? How does science give us a right side up world if science relies on the assumption that the world is right side up to begin with? It doesn't produce a right side up world. How do you have a dysfunction? When a doctor, all of the medical advancements say, sorry, you have a defective organ. Carl Benjamin is like, no, it's not. And yet he agrees that there's something called a defective organ. That means it has a purpose, a direction. Oh, that's weird. Society isn't working properly. Oh, really? If we're all molecules in motion and you're defending naturalism, the thing is, his argument against naturalism is merely the outcomes of it, and he doesn't like the outcomes. He likes the Christian outcomes, but he doesn't like the philosophy. So he uses philosophical terms and standards to try to negate Christianity, but he doesn't use the same philosophical standard to attack naturalism.
I'm very glad for you. And I wish I had that experience, but I'm not going to be dishonest about the experience I have. And I'm also going to...
Derek says, have you ever considered demonstrating universals with emotions? That's actually a good point. I mean, you could use pretty much everything, Derek. The moment the person who denies universals starts talking, most of the words they're saying to make their point is appealing to the thing they're denying. So there's no actuality to what they're saying by their own admission.
Show you the deficiencies in your position, which is why you are being taken over by the atheists, right? And if these arguments could be made or could be fortified or whatever, the only way to do that is...
See where you get... This is exactly where you get to. 20 Faces just says, he concedes. Truth is everything. Cool. Nothing's false. Congratulations. You're a trivialist now. Great work.
To understand your own deficiencies and where their strengths lie.
Do you find that science has become its own religion over the years?
No, it's not even a religion. That's the thing. If it's not that there aren't cult-like mentalities in science. We've seen
plenty of that. Yeah.
Definitely see plenty of that. Definitely. Travis Malden, $10 adds to the chat goal. Thank you so much. I was in a depressed mood, but that Conan bit made me laugh so hard, pulled me out of it. Thank God for you. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I thought it was pretty analogous. It wasn't like perfect, but I think it did the job. $100 from the former the former X. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. He says, missed yesterday's stream. This is for the goal. Really enjoy listening to your streams at work. Thank you so much. W's in the chat. Get a bunch of likes on that comment, please. That's a very generous tip. Thank you so much. Jortlandia thanks you. It's the way we keep order here.
Yeah.
Wait a second. You just tipped that at when I have 666 people here. Bro. This is crazy, dude. Think about this. The ex-former gave $100 right as 666 hit. You think that's some sort of accident, dude? Dude, Jim Bob is a plant. If you actually put the puzzle pieces together, you would know this, dude. And this is what the problem is. Every time you invite me to Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter dinner, I try to tell you this over dinner in front of your whole family. And what do? You don't respond. I can't wake you up. It's up to you, bro. It's up to you. I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm tired of waking people up.
And this is something that a historian called Thomas Kuhn writes about in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, in which he says basically in every era there's an orthodoxy, and at the fringe, a few people who see the reality that the orthodoxy is ignoring start piling up and saying, hang on a second, there is definitely something here.
You mean the orthodoxy of evolution? This is why it's kind of a religion. Within science, there's a consensus held belief that ultimately gets destroyed generations later, but the early adopters, the early priest class, the apostles, I hate to use that word, but it does mirror it, that the early successors, the succession that happens in science with these views, evolution, they get old, and then the new come in, and they either refute it, deny it, put it aside, and it's gone. And he's kind of mirroring this. He's showing us that, like, even within science, there is a type of cult dogma, and dogma is reflective of religion, and so is blasphemy and heresy. And so science develops its own heresies. Notice how you can't question gravity without being smeared as a flat earther. Calling someone a flat earther, which I'm not, I've been called that many times just for simply approaching bendy space-time from a disciplined, rigorous scientific perspective. They call you a blasphemer. They call you, basically, it's their heresy. Get out of here, heretic. And they're in a belief cult where there is no real God. The God is descriptive. So it's not a personal God. It's a descriptive, a set of descriptors, and that's why the all-knowing machine Solomon, King Solomon, the machine version for these atheist types, is going to be the chat GTP that knows all, that can predict some high level based on its inputs. They're going to see that as their type of God. They're going to be like, we created God. Your God is antiquated. Ours has a predictive element to it. It's going to predict all. And
of course they get castigated because no one wants to hear the people at the fringes and what they have to say. But eventually more and more people start accumulating the fringes, and the strength of the evidence of the fringes becomes so powerful that eventually overturns the new paradigm.
Lex Benjamin.
It overturns the old paradigm into a new paradigm, and then at the fringes of that, new people start appearing. So, like, scientific development is not just like this. It's like that, then
singularity God.
Slowly but surely you get an accumulation of knowledge. It just is a frustrating thing. But it's not a religion because it doesn't actually profess anything transcendent.
Yes, it does. Progress. Liar. Wrong. That's wrong. It professes the progressive gaining of knowledge of the world. That's transcendent. That's metaphysical. That's not found in nature. You can't hold that in your hand, Carl. The body of knowledge, the tree of knowledge. How is that not transcendent? This is why he needs to talk to Jay. Jay would just be like, that's a metaphysical claim, bro. No, that's a metaphysical claim. Science itself relies on this assumption toward progress. Yeah, that's what it is. That's their God, progress. That's their metaphysical. That is their transcendental God, progress. Otherwise, what's the direction of science, Carl? If the direction of science isn't identical to the revealed descriptions, they have their own revelation too. Science is like the materialist revelation system. Oh, revelation, and then the people who receive the revelation in the white coats, the ones who are elected, they get to say what the truth of the matter is and be your sort of conduit. Through them. That's the succession process. And then you hold the dogma, and then you negate and scream at people who reject the dogma. And then ultimately what happens, the very process of science upends the dogma itself, and that becomes not true anymore, and there's a new truth. And the truth is always progress toward changing descriptions. Always. It's always just a set of descriptions. That's their progress. Doesn't tell us what to do with it, but it tells us to move toward it. Let's move toward this.
It doesn't.
Our God is our phone. Where's yours?
Hold a theology. It doesn't have a religious dogma. It's just they've got.
It does have a dogma. In fact, there are two dogmas. There are two dogmas. There's literally a paper, I think by Quine, called Two Dogmas of Empiricism. Their entire project, Carl Benjamin, rests on these explicit two dogmas, which I believe are about synthetic truths, and the other one, I forget the other one. But this is established, okay? This is an established summary of what your starting positions are when you do science and you value science and value empiricism. Actually bring it up just so you guys let me see. Van Orman, Willard Van Orman Quine. They worship how, not the why. That's correct, Discord. Well put, citizen of Jortlandia. 29 months, Discord. 29 months of being a citizen. Oh, no, you're a citizen. Sorry. I was about to shame you for having a work visa. Thank you for being here. Okay, so let's look at this real quick. Two Dogmas. It's a paper by analytic philosopher Willard Van Orman Quine. 4 names. Wow. Published in 1951, according to the University of Sydney professor of philosophy Peter Godfrey Smith. This paper, regarded as the most important in all of the 20th century philosophy, the paper is an attack on the two central aspects of logical positivists' philosophy. First being the analytical synthetical distinction between analytical truths and synthetic truths explained by Quine, truths grounded only in meanings and independent of facts. The truths are grounded in facts, the other being reductionism. The theory that each meaningful statement gets its meaning from some logical construction of terms that refer exclusively to immediate experience. So there's these two pathways in your evaluation of things in your process, any method you use from your evaluation. And it rests on these two essential things that you basically hold dogmatically. And so this is why I find it funny when you get people on panels being like, you know what, I have no problem with religious people. It's just when they're dogmatic, that's my problem. And I'm like, oh, you think you escaped dogma? You think you escaped this? By the way, the irony is that the anti-dogmatists are the most dogmatic people. They're anti-dogmatic, dogmatically. But inside empiricism, which gets a little more technical, philosophically speaking, even out of my own wheelhouse, I just get the general principles of the two dogmas of empiricism. But you know, Sargon here is totally ignoring the fact that this is the case. You can't escape this.
Materialism. And materialism comes with a certain set of presuppositions, the first being pain and suffering is bad, right?
Yeah, terrible presupposition. I just worked out. Look at. See, I'm getting a little bit bigger. It's slow. It's a slow process. I mean, it's like expecting a hobbit to come out and be like all ripped. But, you know, it's coming along. Okay? Tiny bit wider, tiny bit. Like a 1/8 of an inch. Maybe 2, maybe a quarter. You know, my chest is filling out a little bit. Getting rid of my man boobs. That's painful. Suffering. I suffered at the gym. Suffered. Suffering bad. If God real, why bad thing happen?
That's the most easy.
Austin says, yeah, it's starting to happen. I might be one of those freaks, by the way. I was when I was a child. My own mother got into weightlifting and stuff because she took care of a paraplegic, so she naturally started like getting stronger and wanting to be stronger because he was a pretty big guy, and she started getting into actual like bodybuilding, like actual, and then you know, I started like kind of learning, and you know, when you're young, it's hard to tell if anybody could do it, but I like any time I participated in any meaningful way, I would get like striations in my muscles like in a week. Extanglia comes in. Nice to see you, Extanglia. I don't think I've seen you in a bit. You've been busy or just hiding out. Gifted 20 memberships. Oh my goodness. We got 3 more to go. That gets us up to 97% of the Jortlandian citizen / visa work program. Thank you so much. Shout out to Extanglia. I'll see all these members come in. Thank you so much, Extanglia. W's in the chat. Travis Molden upgraded to citizen. Thank you so much for that as well. Meg, Bob, and myself will be working on added perks. There's so much more to offer you guys in memberships. I kind of put memberships, you know, like cultivating really fun stuff. I've kind of, you know, neglected it. So I'm now focusing again on it because it's fun. Broccoli, $10. Just reread Father Seraphim's Nihilism. It's a great book. Discussing liberals using Christian virtues without Christ and how the truth is annihilated. Atheists complain about the world, then advocate a meaningless existence. It's wild. Oh, you know, the world, and there's no rights, and the trans rights, and the things, and there's suffering, and the hunger, and the all. I thought it was all meaningless. Well, yeah, it is. But it doesn't mean we can't just make up, you know. You're like, okay, yeah, but that's meaningless. Making up meaning is meaningless. Yeah, but, I mean, dude, you have such a defeatist position. That's what's so funny. I gotta meme that. I have to write that down one, dude. This is too... the meme of the Christian challenging the nihilists on their defeatist position, and then the consequences, and then them calling you the defeatist. These are how memes. This is the behind the scenes of how comics are made. Did someone say membership goal? Absolutely. Got 2 more to go. Let's hit that goal. Also, we have 600 people in the chat. Hit the like button, y'all. Dip out real quick. YouTube still hasn't figured out that maybe you should make the like button for the stream inside the chat. Do you know how much good in the world that would do? Also, if there's 600 of you and some of you don't realize this, if you want, oh, wow, whoops, that's hilarious. If you're interested in my comic books, I consolidate all the memes, all the things you find interesting here that I talk about in long form. You can get them in short form. I limit and filter down the key components of the topics, and I put them in funny comic forms. You can get this at madebyjimbob.com under the book section. Volume 3, 4, and 5 are still available. Volume 1 and 2, as many of you know, are completely sold out, and these are not reproduced again. I will not be making any more Savage Memes titles. There's only 5. There's only 3 left of the 5. So get yours at Made by Jim Bob.
Moral position to arrive at as a materialist. And so you end up in a very utilitarian, well, I mean, I guess the only thing to do then is to maximize pleasure, which seems logical from that position. But then you end up in some bizarre and gross places. Mm-hmm. But also, it misses the point. Actually, is morality calculated only in the consequent? And the answer, I think, is no. I think the way we got there is important. And I think the intention of the thing that we're doing to begin with is probably at least as important as the other two components. So the idea of just a purely utilitarian morality, I think, is just wrong.
There's no utilitarian morality, dude. I understand what he's saying, but it pisses me off a little bit, because I'm Italian and I get worked up, and I just want to fight people. But what utilitarian morality? What are you talking about? What are you saying? Jordan Flores adds to that. We did hit the membership goal, but I'll just keep that up. I'll see how far up above 100%. We'll get them all on the boat. Get everyone on the boat to Jortlandia. Why not? Jordan adds to that 5. Thank you, Jordan. I really appreciate that. Thank you all for reaching that goal. I'll just keep it up. If you want to add to it, the more the merrier for memberships. And just know I'll be going back through the membership system. I've already renamed it with this new theme, and I'll be adding to the emojis, and I'll be adding to the perks for citizens. So I'll let you guys know. For those of you who just came through and were either purchased or given or purchased yourself a visa, a work visa, I will let you guys know when the new perks for the citizenship of Jortlandia are up, and you guys can decide if you want to move into citizenship. 2 more super chats to go. Thank you for that, Jessica. Thank you guys for smashing that goal.
Actually, you could probably end up coming to a conclusion that's barbaric. So,
bippity-boppity-boo. Bippity-boppity-boo.
Answer, basically.
Seems
like a good guy. I would have a beer with him. I want a beer with him.
I've noticed that you're not. We were talking off, obviously, camera, and I said your heart had softened to Christianity, but I don't. I think.
Oh, I'm totally pro Christianity.
Yeah, yeah,
totally pro. Like, I would rather the Christians win than the atheists.
Really?
Oh yeah. Because
Jessica, 17 months on the work visa. We still appreciate you, Jessica. I mean, you bring a smile to so many people's faces. And by smile, I mean... Wait, why isn't it working? Damn. There we go. Really messed up my timing there. My technology's failing me. Adding to the Jordan fund. Thank you so much, Jordan. Yeah, the Jordans are insane. I got the best Jordans around.
The future that the atheists are opening up to us is one where man... C.S. Lewis totally presaged this, where man is just a material blob living in a meat sack, living on a rock, and so there's nothing sacred about him. So why wouldn't we start messing with our genes? Why wouldn't we just put ourselves in Nozick's pleasure machine and just, the Coombe matrix that we were talking about?
Coombe matrix. Wow. That's a meme. I didn't actually hear that term. I heard of Coombe pods, consumerism. the rest of them. But coup matrix, nice. That needs an AI review, like a preview, you know, like movie style preview with the old school voice. Welcome in a world of pure cooming. Materialism rules the day. The only retreat is putting on the coom helmet. Take the coom pill or the doom pill. Just kidding, they're the same. And then like the slow motion of the degenerate dodging crosses and icons, just like bullets. The Kumatory. That's actually a really funny meme. The overweight, neckbeard atheist dodging all of the goodness in the world. Just obligations, dodging. Virtues, dodging. Yeah, it's just destiny, yeah. January 6th. When you look at January 6th, it's literally impossible to say that it wasn't trying to overthrow the government. It's a total rebellion.
On the podcast earlier, like, what would be the argument against that?
I feel like if Destiny strapped something to his chin, like a mechanical device, he could probably power his house. You know those like bike machines at some prisons in the South where if they want to watch TV, they have to get on the bike? I feel like Destiny's chin could just power his whole hotel he lives in.
All you have is utilitarian pleasure seeking, and the answer is there isn't one. You know,
I'll debate you. Yeah, I'm debating Andrew Wilson. I'll debate him.
Something else that you have to appeal to. So I would.
If I listened to him a little bit more, I could nail his impression. It's almost like I don't want to, though. I almost don't want to. It's like I don't want him in my house.
Rather, the Christians completely win. The problem is
a little bit of Ben. Well, he does sound like Ben Shapiro for sure. It's hard to distinguish the two, except for the neck and the chin. Actually, you know what? Could be fun to try to do it in real time, so you guys get a peek of like, oh, Jim Bob's impressions. What's the process? Let's do it. Let's do it right now. You guys can coach me. In fact. Let's do it.
The tariffs. Tactic.
He has this weird thing with his mouth.
Negotiate. A day after. They were really good. Trump, tariff, good.
Look at that chin. What the hell's wrong with it? That chin. So he has a little bit of a lisp, too. Hold on. Of course. Tariffs were really good. I think I might need to smoke some crack to get this one. I need a straight up crack. I need a new goal. Shortlandia needs to import some meth. Oh, sorry. You guys can't even see this. Sorry. That was embarrassing. You guys just hearing me riff without listening.
The whole impetus for this clip
impetus
is you saying that, of course, Donald Trump rescinded the tariffs because it was a great negotiating tactic. A day after, you had said that the tariffs were really good.
The tariffs were really good.
That's the joke.
That's the joke.
Because you guys will defend literally contrary positions from what
positions. contrary positions.
One day to the next, because there's no other way to defend the incoherent actions of this administration.
And that didn't happen and hasn't happened.
Yeah, that's the thing is like you don't want to get into his mind. You don't want to get into it. It's like an act against yourself. It's like some people you might just not want to impersonate. Now I can't stop. Slurp, breathe, yeah. I'm going to lose a tooth.
The impetus. This January 6th was objectively a takeover.
The cadences. Yeah, he goes, that's the thing, Jessica. I can't. To get his cadence means I have to listen to him. Like, you need at least, 40 minutes. That's how I do it. I listen to someone in my earbuds, and I'll walk around, when no one's home, and I'll just be talking like them.
I don't think they are winning, and I don't think they're going to win. I think the very nature of the arguments that they are having have been checkmated by the materialists already.
All right,
and the fact
so as I said, if we reached the goals, we reached both goals. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for all of you. I would bring up an opposition and at least put it in the chat there. So I might as well give it a shot. I'll do the whereby, not the Discord. Might as well. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because we get it. We get Carl Benjamin's view. It's super limited. He's not really examining every aspect. He's assuming a bunch of things that are, that if someone like myself or Jay or Andrew, or, there's a number of other people out there who could do this. He's just not getting confronted in that way. And I don't know if it's this guy's job even to do it. Sometimes I take it out on the interview and I realize that's not right. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Why are you letting him do that? All right. Let's see. Okay. Well, if there's any opposition, I don't know, 20 Faces, any of you guys, Answers in Atheism usually shows up at the beginning and then he runs when I abuse him. But there's the whereby. Disagreements only, please. I'm surrounded by agreement enough in my Discord and everywhere else, so you guys let me know. Ya Ming? Ya Ming? Ya Bing? Yam Sang? Sure. Ha. Yeah. Yo. Can we debate Marxism versus Christianity? Yeah, if you want. That's interesting. Marxism versus Christianity. Interesting. Justin says, fine, now I'm disagreeing with you. Yao Ming? Come on, Tanky Bot. Are you a commie? Are you a commie bot? Are you one of them commies? You one of those filthy commies. You little, get out of my yard. You get out. You get out of here. You just get the hell out of here with that shit. We don't need you reds around here. You don't need red hat. We want around here. Trump. The only red hat we want around here, Trump hats. You understand me? Do you even know what it means to be an evangelical then?
You cannot be Christian and not support that Israeli. Get out of here. I'm going to ask you to leave. I'm going to ask you to leave the event kindly, okay? We do not think you are truly for America. We're going to ask you to kindly leave, sir. Kindly leave, sir. Okay? Shit. Oh. Shit.
Nothing? I thought a commie was coming on. What happened?
Well, shit. Well, shucks. Well, shit.
Nothing?
This is nub country. Get out.
Timu.
Shit.
Timu Owen. Who's Timu Owen Benjamin? Do we have one of those in the chat? Bring him up.
Shit.
Tanky Bot said okay. All right. White. Papa Jethro, $5. Thanks, Papa. Jim, you have L's in the chat, but no W's. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. The thing is, it's tempting to like mimic this, but if I make an W's in the chat, it can't sound like this. That came out of totally naturally. If you guys remember the first time I did it, I just recorded my loop pedal. It was something like L's in the chat. 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 You know what I mean? L's in the chat. And then someone made something. So, I mean, I can't force it. You know what I mean? I can't force it. Impromptu magic. Yeah, it's all it. I learned that's the value of my stream. For those of you who've been here since the beginning, where you initially saw something fun and interesting, it was inside of a Prius, so it was all impromptu. And then I moved into the technological phase. I had my own industrial revolution. And then I started contriving a show and like sort of like presenting it in this like ordered way. And it didn't work that well. Even though it's like all the content's still fun and good and whatever. It's just like, it's impromptu. That's the value. So now you get you guys probably noticed that you get a more relaxed version of me that's just like not trying to make some bit happen. You know what I mean? Just like hanging out. You know, I could pick up a guitar, make a song out of nowhere. It's fun. It's fun. It was an emergent property. Yeah, it was an emergent property. Anybody? Where's this Tanky Bot guy? He's just taking a shower or something? Posh should do W. Yeah, it should be a chant. Posh could do a chant of it. Biddy ba body boo. Diddy ba bop. Biddy beep ba 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 da. Noticing is a microaggression. That's funny. Haas? No, I actually wouldn't debate him. Andrew debated him. Haas, the only way I would debate him is I would just take the approach of challenging the ethics of it all. I would just go straight, I would just go to the metaethical, which he wouldn't want, because he's like a historical, I don't even know if he's right or wrong about his history. I'm not well-versed in history enough to combat all of the information he puts out there, but he puts out a lot. So that type of debate is not for me. But if I just granted everything he's ever said historically, because he likes to go back into Marx and all these and Hegel, and he's, you know, he does all this deep philosophical referencing. I don't really care about any of it descriptively. I just want to know one thing. Why should we follow X and not Y? Why should we? From that view, from the view he's defending, why? There's no answer. So he probably wouldn't even take that debate. Whereas he debated Andrew, what was it, on Fresh and Fit? Was about these, and Andrew went a little bit into that. But getting drowned out in philosophical categories and hearkening all of these philosophical giants who wrote all their stuff and getting into the technicality of what Hegel really meant and all is just garbage to me. You know what he should debate if you want to put everyone to sleep? Haas, no offense to this guy. He seems like a nice dude. I think he's Scottish. Perspective philosophy. He's a philosophy nerd. Absolute nerd. Him and Haas could have a 9-hour debate about every single granular item in all of the field of philosophy. To me, that's just, I can't do it. Haas is smart. That's who you need to be talking to. Yeah, but I don't need to talk to him. Why would I need to talk to him? He doesn't have a cohesive worldview. There's no reason why we ought to do anything from his worldview. But where's his little where's his Timu? Where's Timu Haas in the chat? He's supposed to be calling in. What happened? What happened? For the crack smoke goal, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Jordanlandia work visa. Both hand. Bow, 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 bow. Just getting home. Give me a few minutes. So you're taking a dump? I know your code language. I know your commie code language. You guys pretend not to poop. Well, I've just got home. Oh, I just got home, you know. Just powdering my nose. Yeah, right, dude. You're dropping it. Austin said the same thing. Tanky's got to take an after work dump. Yep, everyone knows it, dude. It's all out. It's out in the open now. In plain sight. That would be funny if there was a truther dedicated to showing who actually just pooped. Like in public. Like, and that was their whole thing. It wasn't about like showing the cabal. It wasn't about exposing the Jays and the bagels and everyone else in between. It was about people knowing the truth in plain sight of what just happened. Bro, look how she's walking, bro. I saw it right when she walked in. I saw it when she stormed right to the bathroom, and look how she's walking now. Light as a feather. I'm trying to wake you guys up. Well, we're just trying to enjoy our lunch here. Oh! That's the problem with you guys. You're all just bred in circuses, just distracted by all of your food and your drink and your amenities. And I'm out here doing the work for you guys. All I ask is one Venmo. She pooped. He pooped. Vagine, speaking of pooping in public, thanks Vagine for the $20 Bob chat. Jake says, Jim Bob is scared for a real debate. What do you mean a real debate? What makes a debate real, Jake? Why don't I challenge actual debaters? I do. I debate people all the time. What are you talking about, Jake? Are you a real debater? Let me guess. Jake isn't the real debater, but he's the loudest one in the chat. Call in, Jake. Dude, beat the pooper. Beat the tanky poop. Tanky's taking a poop. Tank is emptying the toilet tank right now. Get in here, Jake. Are you the real debater? You got owned by Matt Dillahunty? I've never debated him, dummy. I got Matt Dillahunty to deny his own mind. Jake is a troll. Pay no attention to Jake. Some of these trolls know my personality, that, pride is my weakness. So if you jab at my pride, my eyes will light up in the chat and I'll focus on you. But no point no more attention to Jake. He's been exposed. Go poop, Jake. Matt owned you. Matt said he didn't have a mind. I know, right? I'm too dishonest. Name one dishonest thing I've said, Jake. You're toast. Get out of here. Wasting my time. Now look at me. I'm going to do a look at me, maybe a look at me emoji, or look at me Stream Deck asset for all the look at me's. I'm so tired of the look at me's. I kind of expected from some women, look at me in the chat or whatever, but the men who are look at me's, they make me throw up in my mouth a little bit. Is that State Farm, Jake? Call in, Jake. We don't need to see you in the chat. We just need to hear your voice. You got it. It's the Whereby app. I just put it in the chat, dude. Just click on it and confront me live. I know you are looking. Jim Bob's getting wrecked right now. I know. I was just ending it. Ba-de-ba-ba-ba-de-bee. Boop-be-doop-beep-beep-beep-boop-ba-ba-ba-ba-bow. He poos in the river. Vagine's pooing in the river right now. A2Z Crazy upgraded to a citizen. Thank you. Welcome, citizens. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's a little, you know what I like about my chat? There's sometimes 3 different debates going on if you track the chat. There's always like a side theology debate happening, which I love. And then there's like debating about the debate that's on the screen. And then the rest is like really fun sort of like subculture of Jortlandia, like the bar scene, the equivalent to the dive bar scene of Jortlandia. Wi-Fi Gospel, $5. My friend is a real debater, and he's going to kick your ass. I know, we're waiting for the friend to call in, apparently. I don't know where they're at. Dude, Tanky must be just struggling. Does it hurt your position if gingers agree with you? No, it hurts the optics, not the position itself, Derek. Or just the optics. It's not super consequential. It's just kind of like, it's like a blemish. Tiny blemish you have to deal with. That's all. It's not a judgment of their heart or anything. It's just a visual blemish. Tanky blew an O-ring. Tanky is just grunting right now. My girlfriend's a real debater. That's funny. My dad can out-precept your dad. It's actually not bad rhetoric right there. I like that one, Enslaved by Truth. Enslaved by Truth did a stream about all the weird stuff about the Pope's like casket and stuff. It was rather interesting. I mean, he should have had truther music the whole time, though, honestly. And there was like a mortician who was doing a review of like the whole process, and she was pointing out all sorts of things. It was pretty fun. That is weird that one coffin was, what is it, hexagon? Oh, no, trapezoidy? I don't even know the shape. Not parallel. And then another shot it was like totally parallel. I was like, whoa, truther. It's truther time. Yeah, Enslaved by Truth, there's no reason I should have this and you shouldn't. Problem is, on your stream, the entire segment is a truther segment. The entire thing. So your background music, you know, I have this fun jazz. Your background music is just truther music. Make it light, though. Don't make it too invasive, because it's, you know, people don't like it. Oh, I'm thirsty. Hey, Meg Bob, I don't know if... Could you bring me up a big jar of water, please? I'm getting a headache. Where is this guy? I mean, what kind of massive commie dump are you taking? What kind of super commie dump is this? What do you like? Do commies poop like vegans? Making people wait for communism. I give you a platform to sell communism to sell Marxism to the entire nation of Jortlandia, and you just wipe your ass instead. Thank you. Sitting there wiping your butt when you could be here teaching every one of us about Marxism. Poop anxiety. I understand it. I get it sometimes still. Actually, you know, not to be too graphic, but that first appearance on whatever, like just 20 minutes before, I was losing it. I'll just say that. I was losing it. All of it. It was all lost. What's so special about a vegan dump? They're just very proud of their dumps, vegans. They're like, it's so low-fi, and it's such a healthy... that's their best argument. They look like they're dying, but they're like, yeah, but my poops are awesome. And you're like, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Like, for me, these things balance out. If I go out and, like, go to a house event or party and there's beer, or I meet someone for a beer and it becomes like 7 beers or whatever, the torment and the punishment for my body the next day is still worth it. I don't like look at that as the thing. Can you imagine your prescriptive for how you live is all points to the consistency of your fecal matter? I mean, that's weak. They eat too much undigestible stuff. They just don't get it. They clearly, by their arguments, by the way they act, they don't get enough nutrients in their brain. So that's like kind of defeats debating them, because all of the points you make against them, they won't understand it. So the irony is, like, for you to debate them, the only way it would be a fruitful debate is if they ate some meat and got their got their brain working properly, and then you debate it. But by then, they'd already be abandoning veganism. So it's never taken off either. There's been a couple of trends about the food itself. You know what I mean? They had an uptick in people trying vegan food. But there was never a massive jump in like, okay, let's be vegan now. Never. It's still at 1% for the entire world. Tanky just pooping. You trolling me? All right. Well, that's it. If your dump is more important than dumping communism and Marxism or whatever else you're going to say on my channel, then fine. I'm fine with that. I understand it even. I even understand it a little bit when the dump is more important. Zorch, $5. If a prot interpreted scripture on their own and wound up agreeing with orthodoxy on everything, wouldn't that be acceptable by their standards? If they happen to agree, no, because to determine whether or not they agree would be to appeal to the thing outside of them. In this case, would be the normative authority. So the hypothetical assumes that there is a standard by which they're determining if they agree on everything, which is back to the interpretation. So, I mean, it's like the other part, Zorcht, is to agree with everything on orthodoxy, you'd be in practice with orthodoxy. It wouldn't be, this is the main problem here between the Protestant view, who just looks at the Bible and then they try to come up with some sort of praxis, just whatever, like whatever they think should happen. So it ends up being mostly propositional. Like, that's why their ministries are always like mostly propositional, and they're trying to use like parables or things in the Bible to then transpose it onto like your work and like doing, winning, prosperity gospel. There's all sorts of things that they place it onto. And it's like a power up for their Super Mario game. But if they agreed with everything under orthodoxy, it would be additional to agreeing with interpretation. It would involve and call you into practice, a particular kind of practice. So I think the hypothetical's kind of fun. I've asked myself the question too. Like, what if there's like a high rate, a low margin of error of someone who just happened to, on their own, autodidactically matched their conclusions to orthodoxy or the church fathers to some high percent? Like, what would be the use of that other than outside of just matching propositions? I was right about that. Oh, that is the right. Well, the distinguishing thing would be practice. No excuses. Debate while you poop. That's true. It's not happening. Well, anyone else? Anyone else? Anybody? Nope. No? Anybody? If the person's here who paid the $50 for me to learn the new song, I'm learning it. I'm trying to memorize the lyrics. Last case resort, I'll have the lyrics up just so I don't flub them. But what a great song. So whoever that was, if you're listening, thank you, because I haven't listened to much Townes Van Zandt. And that particular song is just awesome. So whoever that was knew that that was a good song for me to learn. So thank you for the $50 donation exchange for me to learn that song and play it for you. So you can expect that probably Monday. I'll do a nice, dedicated, high-effort performance of that song. It's great. Great opening, too. Simple, but such a nice melody. So shout out. Shout out to that person, whoever. The song is I'll Be There in the Morning. Great song. Matches my vocal range, too. So that's always good. You're learning Waiting Around to Die. No, is that another one? I got like 3 people saying 3 different Townes Van Zandt. But the agreement was there was a price to learn the whole song. It was me? Oh, it was Austin. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's really good, Austin. It's kind of heart-wrenching. There's got a decent amount of covers of it too online to learn from. Wi-Fi Gospel, $5. Wait, I can pay $50 for you to cover For the Sun? That would actually, Wi-Fi, I might have to increase the price for that one. Rapping is like, you'd have to pay me to learn an entirely new skill. So that's why it would be more. Because it'd be rapping. Unless you wanted some sort of folk version. But there's a lot of words in your song. God bless you, though, Wi-Fi. Like, that was an act of humility on your part. Like a true act of humility. Like, showing that side of you, that you went through a cringe Protestant rap phase, and you showed it all to us, and you allowed me to show it to the world. I mean, God bless you. Honestly. Just thank you. Just really. Wait, covers? There's songs you will not do. Well, some, yeah. I can't cover Wi-Fi's Protestant rap song. It runs so hard, too. The only thing missing is some gunshots. Wonderwall? Oh, no, dude. I mean, I guess. You know what's cool about songs? From my perspective, because I have a very acoustic collection here, and that's my style, I'll just change the song so that I don't have to play it the way you guys normally hear it. That's fun for me. We can pay you to learn song. Yeah, you can, Jordan. You can pay me to learn and perform a whole song. Yeah, it's a Protestant rap. It's hard. It goes hard. No, Kanye, I don't want to cover Kanye. No degen stuff. Classic folk. I'll do classic folk. Palatable. Not garbage. No garbage. No garbage. What cover haven't I done that I want to do? I'll have to think about that. There's probably some song. Oh, like, one song is Angeles or Los Angeles by Elliott Smith, who's a breathy little guy. I can't deny his songwriting and guitar playing, though. But that one has a finger-picking style that I should be able to do at this point, but somehow it's not going through to my brain. My fingers aren't learning. So I get frustrated. But that's one song I wanted to learn. Alter Void, $10. Can we troll with something like Lords of Acid, Rough Sex? No. I don't even know who Lords of Acid are. Love Cat for $50. If God real, why have not more likes? Are you talking about the stream? If that's the case, I've had 600 people here consistently for an hour or two. Dip out, like the stream. It helps me. Like it. If you like the stream, like it with your thumbs. Thank you so much for that. That's a very generous donation. OXCatXO. Appreciate you. You're very generous. We'll give that a lot of likes. Let's give her a lot of likes. If the stream's not going to get a lot of likes, you might as well like the donors. Johnny Cash? Yeah, I love Johnny Cash. I have a Johnny Cash song that I do. The Beast in Me. Fantastic song. I don't even know if he wrote that, though. Check Fruition's album, Just One of Them Nights. Okay. Chase knows all the obscure stuff. He introduced me. He's always referring to something that I'm like 100% certain I won't know. And then I don't even know if he's making it up sometimes because he's a little jokester. Buddhism is pretty cool. No, it's not. It's stupid. Buddhism is stupid. In fact, if a true Buddhist wouldn't even really say anything's cool, that would be too much attachment. Duvet by Boa, gonna cost any extra? Is that a song? Another obscure thing I don't know. I don't even know. Someone said I could probably do a good cover of one of the Tallest Man on Earth songs. I could kind of see that. He's got a bit of a higher register than me, though. Who else? Avett Brothers. It's a good. They have really good songs. I actually really enjoy the Avett Brothers. They're a little pretentious, though. You know, a little snooty faced, barely smiling. It's like, dude, get over it, man. God gave you the gift of song and singing and playing. Just give us a smile once in a while. Sheesh. Can I pay you to learn a couple Tallest Man on Earth songs? Can you do finger picking? Yeah, I can. Yeah, you can send that over, Jordan. Tell me the song. I listened to some of his stuff, so I think I could commit. It's $50. It's $50 though. You know, I'm not just some sort of like street minstrel, like $2 in an old fedora hat. It takes time, effort. You know what I mean? I'll Fly Away, that's classic. I should actually be able to just do that for free. Thank you. It's a good one, though. It's a little repetitive, though, but it's a good song. $10 from Paul A. What I don't get is if Protestants adhere to the faith alone, personal interpretation, and individual authority, why they have any issues with a person choosing ego. That's a great point. I actually bring that up. I forget to bring that up sometimes, Paul. Which case we saw with Cliff, his exchange with Schoolboy, our very own Schoolboy. He was like, I don't care. I don't give a rip. I don't give a rip. So then you don't care about someone proclaiming to be the authoritative position then? Yeah, you shouldn't. Why would you? I also thought of something recent. I heard this. You always hear this call no man father nonsense. It's just so absurd. How they ran with this. That was like one of the Prot's major rhetorical pushbacks, apparently, against Catholicism. Is they ran with that. But it's kind of funny because, like, the commandments say to honor thy mother and father. Like, if they're not referring to your actual father, are they talking about God? Honor your mother and God the Father, but not your dad. You're like, what about the dad? And you're like, no. You don't have to honor him. We're not talking about him. It's your mother and God the Father. Your dad, consider him absent. He's not even there. Like, yeah, but I'm white. Jimothy will be remembered as Orthodoxy's angry little songbird. Hopefully. Hopefully I go down in history as the Jesse Wells of Orthodoxy. That's my goal. Altar Void with a giant $50. It's such a beautiful fuchsia color. I'm pretty sure that there's even online lessons for this, but I would like to see a classic from you. The request, Knocking on Heaven's Door. Well, you paid $50, so I guess I have to do it. I'll change it, though, because that's slower. I'm going to add a little bit of bluegrass to that. How about that, Altar Void? That's the next one. So I got Van Zant on Monday, and Knocking on Heaven's Door will be shortly after in the week, okay? Thank you, Altar Void. That's good. I have to keep track of these now. The good thing about that song is it only has very few lyrics, doesn't it? We just want a Jesse Wells that isn't a libtard. He was like, I think he's ultimately a libtard, but there are some jabs he puts in that I appreciate. If you listen to some of his songs, he does give a bit of a jabby jab at the opposition. You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens over time. We saw what happened to Billy Strings. You know, he's this straggly little guy with the suspenders and the boots and sitting on a bench with his banjo, just plucking along. You're like, oh yeah, you're every guy's. You're like the man's man banjo player. He gets picked up by Hollywood, essentially, the machine, And then the next thing you know, he's got eyeliner on and feathered hair. And he's gyrating and dude. The hell, dude? They just pick you up. It's like put you right in the grinder, don't they? Swole Bob. Well, I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. Got my tots filling out here. You can see here. The tots are filling out, you know. My arms are filling out a little bit here. You know, I got to start shaving them though. Just a little bit of a day. It just starts to add, right? Seriously, I'm looking a little beefy. I'm feeling beefy. Maybe I'm just peacocking. Maybe I'm forcing it though. But it feels like, I feel a little bit like, you know that feeling when your arms are in the way? I'm just barely getting that right now. I think it's pretty cool. And you guys get to watch the whole thing. Just think in a year from now, I'm just going to just look like David Patrick Harry. Just so massive, I can't even move in my office. I'm just praying that I'll be able to get up because of just the pure muscle. BM Duper, $5. The commie is taking such a massive poop that he'll call it the hunt for Red October. Nicely done. Nice. Naming my child after you? Jim Bob or James? I mean, if you're naming him James, you're naming him after a saint, so I highly recommend. Hits the gym once, I'm yeah, totally. No, I am. No, I am though. Like it's getting there. I'm telling you. It's getting there. It's happening. Hench maxing. Still, this is what I love about my chat. We'll be talking about pooping to avoid a debate. We'll talking about swole Bob and working out, and then you'll just get this random chat, which I love. Jeremy, you need church authority. Working out will turn you into an atheist. No, it won't. 20 Faces. Hey, listen, you don't have to delete every one of 20 Faces comments, guys. Seriously. Don't get overpowered with the wrench. I bought your book. Could you sign it? Oh, that's Rachel. Sorry. That is a good book. If you guys wanted to know the history, the dark history of feminism. Sorry, Rachel, I forget the name of the title. Feel free to write it in there. Feminism and its occult beginnings. Something like that. Forte says, does an accident require an actor? Maybe. Like someone who's in it, like experiencing it. Yeah, in some ways it'll always, like, even if there's not a human being who's in the event, like let's take an assembly line that was built by humans. Theoretically, no one would have to be there at all, but you could still call it an accident happening, like a fire. But it's not absent an actor because there's always a human involved. So, I guess no is the answer. No. Why? It's an interesting question. Do you have a follow-up question? I'm interested. Jordan, 50 big buckaroos from Jordan, Burden of Tomorrow. I'm going to need to review these and write them down in real time. Burden of Tomorrow, Wild or Wild Hunt, or The Dreamer, or The Gardener. Or at least you're giving me a lot of choices. This is actually a good way of doing it, Jordan. Thank you. Thank you for giving me choices, okay? I'm actually going to screen grab these so I don't forget them. Thank you. I will take a look and I will pick. Thank you, Jordan. I actually really appreciate the option. That helps me a bunch because then I can, this is your biggest super chat. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad that music calls you. I've thought to myself, how do I better use music and song as opposed to just kind of like sitting and riffing and jamming? You know, how do I include people more in it? You know, and so Alter Void, $50, another $50. Thank you so much, Alter Void. This may be a big ask. I want to one more add to the list, the acoustic version of the Wes Watson song that Andrew has. Maybe Andrew can give you the song lyrics. Yes, I will take that. And if that's an option, if that's not an option, I'll talk to like Mr. E, see if I can break it down. That would actually be pretty funny. That's a real synthesis going on then. You go from the AI and the written to the AI, and then you get the real authentic performance of it. I think it's a good idea. I don't think that should be a problem. If it's not, if it is Alter Void for whatever reason, then you get a second choice, okay? So that's a pretty funny idea. Forte says, how could the universe reality be an accident if accident requires an actor? Yeah, it can't be, Forte. Aren't you the atheist here? W's in the chat for Forte, defeating accidentalism. Forte. W's in the chat for Forte. Wait, are you even atheist? Are you even an atheist, bro? That's great, Forte. Yeah, that's the point. It's actually worse than that, Forte. That's a good point, but accidentalism, you couldn't even have an accident without purpose, without some sort of intention, which then presupposes some sort of mind. So anybody who's ever tried to use the term, oh, the universe is an accident, just cosmic accident, you ask them to define the accident, and there's no way to define the accident without assuming the positive. So the accident is the descriptor of missing the target, you know, in any way, shape, or form you describe it. In every possible way we know the term accident, it is referring to a line, a vector, a critical path between A and B, and you missed that path. You went off that path. Something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. So quite the trap, though. So it's a really good trap for the accidentalists. So it can't be called an accident without demonstrating an actor. Well, it can't be called an accident. You can't call something an accident without the intention, and you can't have the intention without an actor. So I wouldn't phrase it the way you are. I wouldn't say an accident requires an actor. I would say an accident requires a purpose, and a purpose requires an actor, some agent or intent. That's a better way. It's more brutal to the argument anyway. But Dan Town, claiming something is an accident presumes that there was a correct. Yeah, exactly. Correct way of doing something. Incorrect, correct. Same thing with defects. Like when someone says there's evolution happened and there's an accidental liver that accidentally properly processed toxins and properly got them out of your body accidentally. Then you go, okay, so is there such a thing as a defective liver? And they're like, yes. You're like, no, there can't be. There can't be. You can't say there's a properly behaving organ like a heart or a liver or the lungs or the mind. You can't say it. There's no proper. Oh, accidentally proper? This is what I got into with Craig. It was insane. The kind of shit he had to say to defend his view was insane. He reached insane levels. Wouldn't they just pivot and use the word random? Random has the same problem, Beef. You can't observe randomness. That's even worse. That's even a better thing for them to get into. Beef Sleazy. Nice name, by the way. Sounds like another song I should learn. Yeah, you can't get into randomness. You go, great, cool. No, I'll give you randomness. I'll take your accidental and I'll give you randomness. Can you point to anything that's random? And no matter what they point to, they can't isolate the thing that's random from the framework that it's in. You know what I mean? That's why you can't point to randomness, because anything you point to, not only are you putting a contour around the event and calling it random, but you're observing it in a seemingly non-random place. Otherwise, if it wasn't ordered, it wouldn't be discernible. So it couldn't be random. You wouldn't be able to actually prove its randomness. Because in order to call it random, it would need to repeat itself to some level of predictability. Otherwise, it's a singular, particular instant that could never happen ever again. You wouldn't even know if it was random because you'd have no reference for it. So it's like randomness has just been that word that's been inserted into like some level of like physics, math. Even in math, it's contrived. It's like for the sake of experimentation or for the sake of mathematical extrapolation or whatever you'd want to call it, theoretical theorems, whatever it is they're doing inside math, probability, you're kind of colloquially saying random, but it's ordered. Like the lottery, it's not actually random. It's actually completely ordered that a set of numbers will hit. It's not random. It's contrived, controlled. Need the B12 injection snake wearing sunglasses because it's cool. Yeah, that's a funny... That might need to be a visual Stream Deck asset for sure. $10 from Alter Void. Is there anyone else in the chat that cannot stop looking at that one gay hair? Oh, I read gay hair. Which one? Which one? This? Wait. This? Well, I'll correct you. It's white. Straight up Santa Claus white. Alter Void. Yeah. It's bright and white. Jack the Guitar Guy, 50 big bucks. This song, I have to keep track of these, man. I'm turning into a, you guys are going to get a full-on concert, dude. Wouldn't that be cool if I did a concert? Like I collected all of the ones you guys want me to learn, and then the whole thing, the whole presentation is that. Jack the Guitar Guy. This song is for the Fathers. Welcome to Earth Polywog by Sturgill Simpson. He writes two versions of it originally on A Sailor's Guide to Earth and Bluegrass version, the Cut and Grass Volume 2. Trust me, you'll have a good time playing it. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that, Jack. That sounds extra fun. Super fun. Justin also says, programming randomness is impossible, right? Like for video games, it's actually just complicating an output. Yeah. It's like, just like, here's your parameters. Only this could happen inside the parameters. And now we guide the thing that's happening. Right? And so you just keep doing that. And they're like, look at the randomness. You're like, no, it's not. Like, there's nothing random about choosing random for Mortal Kombat. I don't know. Do they even have that option? Mortal Kombat where you choose a random? That's not random. Taint Nuffin, 50 bucks. Look at this. Look at this. You guys are literally making a concert happen. I'm getting nervous. I'm actually getting nervous. You're making me nervous. Taint Nuffin, Love Reign Over Me, the Who once. Who, okay? Also, after hypertrophy to grip strength training. Okay, grip. I wish I knew that first word. Hypertrophy. Do grip strength training. You mean with my hands? The limb all the way to the back of the chest. Keep the grippers on you. Do reps through the day. Oh, just like those singular ones that are isolated. These things. Teen Alpha. This stuff. Those little hand things. Oh, you're talking about like this section. Is that going to help this section? Use asymmetrical weights. You're going to have to, Taint Nuffin, you're going to have to DM me for that. Or get in my Discord and explain that further. Sorry. At my gym, there's no guide, and there's no smart person there, and there's no trainers. Just all alone. And I don't want to talk to people, so. Let me know, because I want to know what you mean by that. Is it just the gripper things? Is that what we're talking about? I'm going to be super ripped. You guys just wait and see. You'll see. Atrophy? Yeah, that's what it feels like, atrophy. Hypertrophy. Hypertrophy. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hypertrophy. I feel like I'm in class again. You're going to send me to the retard room. Called grippers. Okay. Hypergamy. Hypertrophy. Jimbob, it's hypertrophy. Duh. Are you saying that there's no such thing as true randomness? Yes, I'm saying that you can't observe whatever you think is random. In fact, by observing it and calling it something isolated, you're actually you're making it non-random. You're like saying, look at that randomness. You're like, what do you mean? What's the thing you're pointing to? It's in an ordered system called random inside an order. You just can't observe it. That's the point. Is like, it's question begging. To say that's random is question begging. That's another part of it. Make a fist really hard, then you'll feel it all the way down your chest. Okay, with the grippers. Got you. Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you. Someone else, I don't know if it was you, Taint. Someone told me about don't skip to the big weights for the shoulder lift things. Do smaller weights and do it really, really slow. And like elongate the tension and then lower it down. Definitely I felt that immediately. Hyperove. Hyperove. Oi. Oh. Oi, 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 oi. I gotta stop doing that. Dips are pretty good for chest. Yeah, I guess I just like straight up push-ups, right? What do? I do like the pull things like this a lot. You know what's also fun? The lat things. You hold really heavy weights and you just shoulder shrug, which is really funny. You guys, if you witnessed me in the gym in front of all these strangers doing these shrugs and laughing because I hear this. At the gym, I just hear this, and then I'm like giggling, and they're like, who's that weird hobbit giggling? Wow, I realize it's not actually a soundboard, but the sound of a high-value donation. Where did you get that sound? Oh, that's in, where did I get that? That's either in the Stream Elements back end, Soyance, or it's from Pixel Bay. For those of you who mess with sound and like editing and fun things like that, I think it's called Pixel Bay. They have a donation-based system where you can download sounds. I think that's where it is. It's pretty cool. Bench press, yeah, I do all that. Tore up your shoulders going too heavy. Yeah, I have to just take it easy. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm pretending. I've been to the gym for like 4 weeks now, and I'm pretending I can just punch through a wall, and I'm like, I'm walking all like broader. Probably looks so silly if someone just like, without me knowing, filmed me walking in the street. They'd be like, why is he walking like that? Well, because he's delusional and he thinks he's huge now because he went to the gym for 4 weeks. Oh, how's it going? Yo, what's up? Do you have any, Hey, you. I can't help it. I feel bigger, though. It's like a confidence thing or something. It's probably why I want to fight people, honestly. It's definitely connected. Definitely connected. Taint Nuffin says, this is more advanced stuff, but asymmetrical weights, like putting extra 5 weights on one side for the bench press. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So when you do that, even though that could mess you up if it was too heavy because the asymmetry constrains something because something's compensating. But that's the point, right? That's what you're saying? That what you're saying is you're forcing compensation. Is that what's happening? That makes sense theoretically. Force your compensation. By fight people, he means liberal women. Yeah, I mean, I would just want to make that clear. Is that like the challenge to fight is actually isolated to liberal women? Because it kind of proves my point. If you're debating feminism, that's the point. Speaking of feminism, I'm debating two feminists. One, this dude Oliver, who was on Jubilee, who's this sort of young liberal guy. He's first on May 4th in Santa Barbara. The following week is not so bright. And poor thing, she's going to debate me and Jay the same day. Oof. The abuse, the self-abuse. So that's happening. So I'm going to do a prep stream. I think I'll make it members only, work visa and above, to do a prep because the Oliver guy does have I didn't check if he has a YouTube, but he has an Instagram with a lot of his stuff. So you guys are all going to help me prep for that debate on the 4th. This Sunday, I'll be doing my first call-in. Initially, I wasn't really about it, but I'll give it a shot. Call in to whatever. So I'll be calling into whatever on Sunday. So we'll see how that goes. I think I'll be a little bit looser in my own room. I'm definitely nicer in person, let me tell you. I'm definitely nicer in person. Especially if you get, like, tired. If you're in your own house and you get a little bit tired and groggy and you have to listen to a chick say some stupid thing one more time. I got a shorter fuse. Got a shorter fuse, that's for sure. Justin Henley, $5. Here's a recipe for high protein foods. Take food and put a lot of protein powder on it. Thanks. I do enjoy protein shakes. I have no problem. I think it was like pseudo fasting. And that's another way of saying I didn't do very well through Lent. But even doing partial commitment to that and effectively doing it sort of trained me to look at food in some senses like just substantive, which is really boring because food is amazing and beautiful. It's like a whole art. And I like cooking. And I like going out and eating fancy meals when I can save up to do it. But the passive grazing and just feeding your body what it needs as opposed to like frill and the enjoyment of it all gets you used to just consuming things for the sake of it. You're just like, oh, I just do that. Just do that. It's done. I don't have to think about it. All I have to wash is the blender. Gold. Here we go. Jim Brew Bobson. Yeah, I mean it'll be a different approach, that's for sure. You won't get it. You won't get a Wilson drone from me. Similar arguments. I'll steal all of Andrew's arguments. He knows it. That's what they're there for, by the way. Steal them. You know what I mean? It's like taking a weapon. It's like borrowing someone's weapon and be like, all right, can I use this to bludgeon someone? They're like, yeah, no, totally. Use it. Use all the arguments that work. That's what they're there for. Drink 3 raw eggs on a morning. Thank me later. On every morning? Is that that for the muscle? Fiddlesticks? Is that for the pure muscle? Look, I'm down for it. I want to take up the whole screen. You know what I mean?
Just want to be like, hey guys. You guys want to see my Jordan Pierce impression? Yeah!
Jack, oh dude, I saw that. Jake Rattlesnake, yeah, he posted Charlie Kirk was doing a live debate, and there was an old boomer leftist who literally said, "You want to fight me?"
You guys, I am on the post of cooking. I am on the post of cooking.
Am I a monarchist? I mean, yeah, ideally, but I'm not under the illusion, Emilios, that that's not something that would take beyond my own lifetime to orchestrate and deploy. But yeah, ideally, yeah. I think monarchy is superior, ideally. Yeah, absolutely. I think, for the most part, liberalism, the Enlightenment, classical liberalism, all of it was a big scam. Big old scam. Thanks a lot, Ayn Rand, you little wildebeest. I come to the States. I come to the States with one name. I get rid of that name and come up with a better name. So I go under later. I knew right away, looking at the beautiful Western Europeans and their beautiful faces, that I as a woman would not make it as a supermodel or even a wife. So I had to do what I had to do, which is create some sort of pseudo-masculine writing name. And LARP. And write long, pedantic, insane novels about the liberty of all. I am helping a woman. It's like, she should have been scraped off the stage with a little shovel. Should have like a... What are those things? Like those like mini... My kid knows every single large like dirt machinery things, like front loaders and back loaders. He's 3. He's like correcting me. He's like, no, that's a front loader. You know, when she was on Donahue, someone just come out with one of those wheel loaders. Just scraped right off. What are you doing? I am trying to advocate for you to pursue all of your desires above all. The highest virtue is to pursue your own wants and desires. Doesn't that sound nice? No, it's not. It's not nice. You goblin. Go back into the shadows. Iron. What? Arents B. 100 big, massive buckaroos. Thank you so much. Very generous. Can someone please, for the love of God and everything holy, can someone tell me how to get on Discord? Explain it like I'm a boomer Luddite. Wait a second. Do you have the link? Do you have the newest link? Arents? After all the times seeing your name, I've still not been able to know how to say it. You know, I wish it just said, like, Arents Bill. And then I'd be like, okay, Bill. Yeah, if you're not there, I mean, if you need a... Do you have a valid, a recent invite? So my mods can do that for you, or I can put it in to make sure it is actually recent. So take a look here. Take a look-see. It is annoying, though. I'm surprised it's still sort of hard to do here. There's that, Aaron? Can I call you Aaron? I'm currently working on a wheel loader. Yeah, Enslaved by Truth is honestly Enslaved by Truth. If you get rid of all the truther stuff, and you do like 90% like machinery review stuff, but you drop in the truther stuff in it. I mean, you would have to not let all your crazy friends on, all those nut job people. But it certainly would be a great gig. Because that's like, I don't know, people love that stuff. There's like a whole like dedicated base for just... Oh, that machine? What is this machine? Just do an overview and all your nerd machine talk that you do. And then just out of nowhere be like, yeah. And the same manufacturer, this part, actually, you can find the same SKU number as the USS Liberty. Zoom in, do a little truther zoom in. All right. Hydraulics. It's Aaron. Okay, cool. Good. I can call you Aaron. Glory to God. Well, there it is. You know, it's a fun. It's still a fun Discord. It's not overpopulated. It's probably key. And there you go. Yeah, just say our greatest ally. Just look at the camera and our greatest. Yeah, it's Blippi. It's kind of like Blippi, but for like, but it's a little, you drop a couple of things there that are, I mean, essentially, it's like black pill Blippi. It's like Blippi black pill. Monarchy, am I Canadian? No. No, Canadian, no. No. Poor Canadian. Oh, those poor Canadians. Anyway, who's live? I have a lot of songs to learn. I'm going to give myself a week. I have to determine whether I'm going to play them all through, which would be like a fun concert. I think that could be a really fun aspect of the stream, is that a week ahead of time, the songs are chosen, and then you guys get your own concert. That's a lot of weight on my shoulders. I'm nervous. I'm already nervous. The Discord contains ortho bros. Yes. Warning, ortho bros are there. Okay. All right, let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. What? Hey, what you doing? Huh? What do you know, kid? I don't answer yes or no questions, kid. All right. Let's take a look, see? Oh. My wife just gave me a lunch, see? Say W for Meg Bob, you understand? Tater tots, you see? And now for the sound portion of the stream. Christ is King says, what's wrong with you today? How dare you? What's wrong with me? I've been taken over by Cliff Netchell. You know what I want to do? I want to take that video of Cliff and take everything out so it's just Cliff and transpose him onto like what do you call it? Skid Row. And he's just pacing and like talking. I think that would be rhetorically good. Look, see? With those shoulders, I would be scared of weight too. How dare you? Dude, they're gonna get it's gonna pop off. I'm gonna be bulked out. I'm gonna be like the Incredible Hulk, but like a dwarf. Seems to be a battle between Ezekiel and Jeremy. Is it Jeremy Clarkson or someone else? Is that the Jeremy? So it's called Chat Deboot. It's chat debooting. And, you know, that's actually going to be the debate school that I launch, you guys. It's going to be how to debate, but only in the chat. It's a very specific little booklet. Only live chat debating. Only. This book, this course is not for debating formally on screen, on stages, on TV. It's only for chats. Netchel sounds like a wimpy German knight. Poor guy. He knows he's in trouble. He knows he's going to get followed around by a bunch of ortho bros. Or in my case, ortho buds. That's what I call myself. Are you an ortho bro? I'm an ortho bud. It's like a more helpful ortho bro. All right. Shall we check out who's online, folks? I gotta eat chicken. Gotta eat my chicken. Tanky? No, he took a dump. Tanky got stuck on the toilet. I was interested in that because I think I was going to learn something, because when someone says, let's debate Marxism versus Christianity, and I go, well, that's interesting, because like I'm not even sure what someone would say Marxism versus Christianity would be. Because Marxism is mostly descriptive. Like, I would even agree with Marx's descriptions on some things. I forgot which ones. I remember reading it and being like, I guess that's kind of descriptively right. It's just that, just like libertarianism, it all falls apart when you get into prescriptive. So what is prescriptive Marxism? Does anyone know? Like, does anyone know what that would be? Because I don't. I have no idea what that would be. He's dumping for the masses. I don't see anyone online either. Not a single person. Is that one of those days? Fine, I don't need to transfer you anywhere. Doesn't matter. He gave his word just like a Marxist. Is it communism? Like, can you be a Marxist and promote socialism? I don't know. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Interesting. Okay. Who determines who needs what? Send us to a vegan channel? Well, no, I've learned my lesson with vegans. They're out of their mind. The last time I got a big jump in like following and engagement was on Instagram when I hit over 115 organically. I was very proud of it. And then, I got all puffed out and I thought, I can just start fights with everybody. On a power trip. Went after vegans. Crossed some psychopath. Doxed me. Full dox. And then my response to that, in my anger, got me booted. So, veganism is like a trap. Vegans are a trap. It's like a spiritual. I would even go as far as saying it's a spiritual trap. Well, honey trap, honey pot. God logic. I don't know if he allows people. Who did I listen to the other day? I watched. Who was it? Stu Peters had Grayson, the Protestant rapper, on. They were talking about black stuff. It was kind of an interesting exchange. But let me see. Who is it? I don't think he allows people on, though. So he gets a good amount of viewers live for sure. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he doesn't allow it. So many people don't allow it. Whatever. It's fine. Orthodox. Yeah, I got orthodox. They're still debating. You guys go to the Discord. Jeremy, Ezekiel. That's what the Discord's for. I'm not saying you can't do it in the chat. I'm just saying a better option for you is go to the Discord. Go to the Discord. Go to the general VC. Do it. You're much more likely to have a fruitful conversation if you go to the Discord. Stu Peters is pretty much truther maxer. He really is. Didn't realize you watched him at all. I don't. Like, once I saw, like, Owen Benjamin on there, I was like, oh, this guy's going to just do the whole fucking... what is that whole group left to now? It's a bunch of mixed martial artists talking, you know, saying 2018 truther stuff, J-naming, this kind of stuff. It's like they ran out of, like, you know, they ran out of fuel. They ran out of trash for the flux capacitor. That's why it's like, it's always going to it's going to be short-sighted, and it's going to run out because if it's not Christianity, everything you think you're saying and advocating for, if you don't get clear on what you're advocating for, then your whole identity is Protestant. And I don't mean that actual literally. I mean your whole identity is a protest of something out there, scapegoating. This, watch out. Ooh, yeah, I'm truthering hard. Look, watch out. Ooh, check it out. You'll see. Oh, what we're seeing now is, it's like all of that. And you're like, what do you do on Sunday? They're like, well, I truth. I truth really hard. More on Sunday, actually. You're like, what? Okay, so your practice is folder hunting and some sort of active revealing of the folder. I mean, that's why I came up with the truther, barbecue truther dude who ruins every barbecue with his truthering every single time. Ruins T-ball. Goes to a T-ball. He goes to his nephew's T-ball game and he's like, yeah, but the diamond. Look at all the V-shapes and hit the ball. Okay. Everything. It's just like, dude, you're ruining dinner. You ruined my birthday. Dear Bobs of Gyms, do you raid Mr. Wilson? Do you raid like Mr. Wilson? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Do I raid like him? Somebody. Alf, is Alf live? You mean the little goblin, Alf? I grew up with Alf. I'm going to start asking people, do you raid like me? Do you raid like me? I just have to know. You like that question, don't you? It's confusing. Cryptic. I'm on my own with that one. Somebody help me. Viewer raid? Do I raid? I don't even know, man. Alf is live 24/7. That's actually really funny. I don't think you guys are going anywhere today. I wish I could raid Myron Gaines. He does Jaceberg. He doesn't do it on the big platforms because he knows how that's going to go. Yeah. What am I eating? I'm eating chicken. Shadow Legends? What's that? What is it? I'll rate anyone you guys want to go, even if it's like funny. Is that a real thing or is that a cartoon? Sounds like some sort of like Japanese anime. Shadow Legends. So yeah, what? Raid Shadow Legends. Cloudy CB. That doesn't sound serious. What are you guys doing? You trolling me? What am I doing? Oh, I have to learn 5 songs. So I'll hang out with my family. My kids don't have school today. I'm going to hang out with them. Maybe play soccer or volleyball. My daughter's really good at soccer and volleyball. And she can't stop bouncing the ball in the house, so the only solution is to kick her out. So I'm going to go with her. And, yeah, maybe look up, see what, Elon Musk is doing, so yeah. Shout out to, who's that really? Kyle Dunnigan. Shout out to him for showing me how to laugh like Elon Musk. I really, thank you. Thank you so much. I couldn't get it until I heard you do it. And I was like, I got it. Laughs are so important. In fact, that's what's missing in my impressions. Laughing. I need to get their laughs, duh. All right. I guess you guys are going nowhere. I'm not going to send you to the atheist experience, that's for sure. I don't even want to be on their, I don't even be on their radar. So you know what? It's one of those days. Figure it out yourself. You're not children. You're not children. Get it together. Invasion raid? No, not necessarily, no. Honest diecast. A raid is transferring your chat to someone else's chat. An invasion is when you go in on TikTok or something like this, and you get on their panels and you start live debooting them. That's what it is. Send you to Planet Mouth. You talking about Planet Peterson? Or what? Jordan Peterson doesn't laugh. He doesn't even laugh. So, rate a RuneScape live streamer. RuneScape, is that a game? Yeah, you guys are on your own. I can't keep up with these references. Like a boomer. All right. Thank you to all of the new Jortlandian visa holders and citizens. Thank you for meeting our member goal. And thank you for executing and smashing 2 super chat goals. I am really excited to learn these songs. I think there's about 5. There might be 6 songs that old Jim Bob's going to be learning. Shout out to Abe Dinkus. What's going on? So I'm pretty pumped about that. What is it? Today is Friday. Tomorrow is probably nothing. Sunday evening will be a call-in for whatever, my first ever. I will decide if I'm going to be drinking beer that night. Should be fun. And with that said, if you're new here and you don't know it, another way to consume what I do over here, is comics. I have 3 books, Savage Memes Volume 3, 4, and 5. Funny, single, double panel comics that make fun of culture and insanity. Goes after the wildness of modernity and everything else. There's only 3 volumes available. The first 2 are gone. So you'll have to either find them online or buy them off someone else who already has them. That's madebyjimbob.com. There's other merch there that's funny. I'm always trying to upload more merch, inside jokes, put them on shirts. I'm tempted to make a Cliff Mitchell shirt. Just not sure how hard it would hit. With that said, thank you very much. Very generous donations today. I really appreciate you all, whether you're an aristocrat, a citizen, or just a work visa holder. I really appreciate it. With that said, God bless you all. Have a good rest of your Friday. Be safe. Be well. Hang out with your fam. And I'll see you on Sunday, unless something fun happens tomorrow, like a panel or some show where I'm going to call in. All right? With that said, adios. Good night. Have a good day. Bye-guy. Bye-guy.